On the other hand, Ling Xiao, a divine vein realm martial artist, didn't withdraw. Brother Ling, let's go to the mystery realm together. That way, we can look after each other. Liu Xiaobao said excitedly. I don't quite understand. Why do you insist on going to the secret realm? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Firstly, I naturally have to fulfill my master's wish. I have to become stronger, head to the golden heavenly kingdom, and marry a woman from there. Secondly, I also want to test what my limits are. What about you? Liu Xiaobao asked. For one thing, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had entered the secret realm for the beast god's blood. Of course, it would be best if he could raise his cultivation during this process. Regardless of whether it was an ancient relic or an extraterrestrial relic, the secret realms were filled with mysteries and secrets. As long as he seized the opportunity, he would be able to rapidly increase his strength. Ling Xiao wanted to recover his cultivation as soon as possible and become even stronger. He knew clearly that the people he was about to face weren't ordinary people. Wang Quan Tianxia, Peak 8th Divine Core Realm. Wang Quan Tianming, Half-Step Divine Physique Realm. 1 Empress and 4 Emperors, all Divine Physique Realm warriors. If Ling Xiao couldn't defeat them in terms of strength, he wouldn't be qualified to marry Yu Fenghua. The trip to the mystery realm in the Shuiyu Kingdom was the first step. Next, he would head to the Western Kingdom. Step by step, he would become stronger. Since no one is withdrawing, the first round of the exam will begin soon. Many of you have been to the Shuiyu city yesterday. Today's first round of the exam will be a trip to the Shuiyu city without using a portal or a rope. The first 10,000 people to arrive will be able to enter the second round of the exam. If there are less than 10,000 people, then everyone will be counted. Do you all understand? Understood. The rules were simple and easy to understand. Everyone understood. However, it was cruel to know that only 10,000 people were left after being eliminated from 90,000 people. Only 1 out of 9 people could pass the first round. All right, everyone, take your places. Everyone unleashed their terrifying auras. Ling Xiao unleashed his firestorm wheels as well. Since his cultivation wasn't strong enough, he could only use his magical treasures. Begin. Following the old man's order, 90,000 people leapt into the air at the same time. It was a spectacular scene. Boom. Many people had just leapt into the air when they were knocked back down by the people around them. This wasn't a simple race. It was a competition. Warriors could use different methods to influence their opponents. After all, it wasn't realistic for 90,000 people to climb the mountain at the same time. Bone Cage. A ring of eerie white bones appeared around Darkfrost's body. These white bones were controlled by her soul power. Not only could they attack her enemies, they could also protect her. She easily blocked the attacks from the warriors around her, then leapt into the air. Lion Master Fort's actions were even simpler. He let out a furious roar like a furious lion. Everyone around him was knocked down by his roar. On the other hand, he dashed forward like a ferocious lion. Although those who were knocked back didn't die and weren't seriously injured, they were at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Ling Xiao's actions were even simpler. He simply stepped onto the firestorm wheels and flew into the air. The cold air didn't affect him at all. His fleshly body was that strong. It's those 3 men. It doesn't matter if you can pass the test or not, you have to kill those 3 men. The warriors who Ling Xiao and Lion Master Fort had offended had started their actions as well. 3 perfect first heavenly core warriors leapt towards Ling Xiao. There was also a perfect 4th heavenly core warrior and a late 4th heavenly core warrior who leapt towards Lion Master Fort and Darkfrost. They felt that Ling Xiao was the weakest amongst the 3 men, so they didn't need any strong warriors to attack him. The 3 perfect first heavenly core warriors leapt towards Ling Xiao. Their ferocious attacks were aimed at killing Ling Xiao. They weren't here to participate in the test, they were here to take revenge. Hee. Ling Xiao only responded with a disdainful smile. He didn't even attack. All 3 men's attacks landed on the firestorm wheels at the same time. Wind force, fire force, lightning force. All of them exploded at the same time. All 3 men were stunned at this moment. One of them dashed towards his companion. Another man's body froze in midair, then he fell down to the ground. The unluckiest one fainted on the spot. He couldn't even defend himself. Chapter 3897. The warrior who was paralyzed by the power of lightning was killed by his own sword on the spot. Blood splattered in the void. However, no one cared. One could imagine how chaotic the scene was when 90,000 people were in the air at the same time. Even if someone was killed by the attack, it probably wouldn't affect the others. The warrior who was confused by the power of wind killed another person who was stunned. In the end, he was also blasted down by the warrior next to him. In an instant, Ling Xiao didn't make a move at all, but the three people were all eliminated or even killed. When his battle ended, the battle between Leo Master Bao and Dark Frost had also ended. Leo Master Bao was more soft-hearted and didn't want to kill, but his strength was too terrifying. He directly beat the people who pounced on him into a pile of mud. Dark Frost was much more ruthless. The white bone cage pierced the opponent into a hedgehog, and they fell to the ground and died. How is this possible? How can those three guys be so powerful? On the ground, several warriors were terrified. Let's go quickly. We've offended someone we shouldn't have offended. They don't have time to make a move now, but if they pass the exam, we'll be in trouble. The leader of the group was a rather wise one. Knowing that the situation was wrong, he chose to escape. If they stayed, with Ling Xiao's personality, he would definitely kill them all. As for the people who died, they could only die in vain. Their strength didn't affect the progress of the exam. Ling Xiao, Leo Master Bao, and Dark Frost were a little behind at this time, because they encountered an attack. Even if they solved it in a short time, the problem was that everyone was an expert. Even if it was a breath, they might fall behind the others. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. At the critical moment, he would use his special methods. Now, there was no need for that. The fastest group of people had only reached halfway up the mountain, and they had encountered trouble. Suddenly, a huge hand reached out from the pure white snow. This hand was more than 10 meters long and several meters wide. With a slap, more than a dozen people were directly sent flying. All the running he had done before had been for nothing. It's a snow beast, someone shouted. However, the voice was too loud, and a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from the top of the mountain. F***CK, an avalanche. Someone cursed. However, things like avalanches were a common occurrence when climbing snow mountains. Ordinary people could only resign themselves to fate. If he was a martial artist, he would still be able to survive. However, in the face of the snow demon beast's rampage and the avalanche's onslaught, half of the first batch of people were blasted down. Only a small number of people managed to escape and continue forward. Seizing this opportunity, Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Ling Xiao caught up. Ling Xiao's firestorm wheels had a very strong defense. With his current strength, no one below the third divine core realm would be able to hurt him. It was even more impossible for the avalanche to hurt him. The tricolored light flashed, and before the avalanche could even touch his body, it had already been shattered. Lion Master Bao and Dark Frost also displayed their abilities, and their performance was not inferior to Ling Xiao's at all. At this time, there were still about 30,000 martial artists who were still climbing. However, it was divided into 3 flights of stairs. There were only 1,000 people in the first tier. Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost were all in the first tier. Right now, they were only a few hundred meters away from Snow Moon City. As long as they could reach the top, they would be considered to have passed the first round. However, right at this moment, a figure appeared outside of Snow Moon City. Shui Wushuang. It's Shui Wushuang. The crowd cried out in surprise. Didn't they say Shui Wushuang wouldn't appear in the first round? Why was she standing there all of a sudden? However, Shui Wushuang didn't do anything. She just stared at Ling Xiao. Compared to Dark Frost and Lion Master Bao, obviously, she hated Ling Xiao even more. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach Snow Moon City, a sneer emerged on Shui Wushuang's face. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending this princess. All of a sudden, she lightly pointed her finger. Just as Ling Xiao was about to reach Snow Moon City, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Amidst the rolling avalanche, there was a sword beam. Even though it didn't have any killing intent, it clearly wanted to prevent him from passing the test. Ling Xiao frowned. After all, his cultivation level wasn't high enough. If he directly faced Xue Wushuang's attack, he would be at a disadvantage. Even if he blocked it, he would fall behind 10,000 people. At that time, he still wouldn't be able to pass the test. Maybe that was what Xue Wushuang wanted. Ling Xiao sneered. He would remember this for the time being. When he shouldn't fight with force, he wouldn't act recklessly. He suddenly used the falling plum clear shadow steps, and his speed increased sharply. At the same time, he disappeared from his original position. At that moment, Xue Wushuang was astonished, because even she didn't see how Ling Xiao avoided her sword beam. Not good. While Xue Wushuang was puzzled, she suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger. She hastily circulated her pure qi and released an ice crystal shield to block it. The danger finally appeared. It was Ling Xiao. He didn't use any technique. It was just a simple punch. The black tortoise divine body exploded with terrifying power. His physical body was the black tortoise divine body of the 7th Order Emperor realm. This ordinary punch was more effective than any of his current moves. How could Xue Wushuang block it? Boom! The ice crystal shield was directly shattered. Xue Wushuang's abdomen was hit by the punch. She fell from the top of the Snow Moon City. Although he managed to stop himself in time, his sorry state was still seen by everyone. Bastard! How dare you touch Princess Wushuang? Many people saw the scene of Ling Xiao attacking Xue Wushuang. Xue Wushuang had a lot of brainless fans. These people had always treated Xue Wushuang as a goddess. Ling Xiao dared to attack Xue Wushuang. This made them furious. In an instant, at the entrance of the Snow Moon City, countless murderous auras rushed toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at these people coldly. He didn't regret attacking Xue Wushuang. Although Xue Wushuang didn't intend to kill him, she secretly attacked him in an attempt to eliminate him. It was reasonable for him to fight back. In other people's eyes, Xue Wushuang might be a goddess, a blessed girl. But in his eyes, she was just a self-righteous idiot. Do you all want to die? A cold voice came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. If you want to die, go ahead. My hands have been itching recently. These people thought that by threatening Ling Xiao together, they could make Ling Xiao afraid. However, they didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Count me in 2. Dark Frost also walked to Ling Xiao's side and released her terrifying soul power, causing great pressure to the surrounding cultivators. If you want to fight, you can't leave me out. Lion Xiaobao also walked to Ling Xiao's side. This guy was loyal and didn't choose to avoid it this time. Everyone stop. Xue Wushuang had already returned to the entrance of the Snow Moon City. Her face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Ling Xiao used his strength to gain Xue Wushuang's attention. Chapter 3898. You must be a body-refining cultivator. No wonder your cultivation level is so low. Xue Wushuang looked at Ling Xiao and was surprised. You don't need to know. Ling Xiao didn't give Xue Wushuang any face. Xue Wushuang was so angry that her pale face became even uglier. Ling Xiao didn't care about what she thought. Attacking people as he wished and trying to make them treat him well? Dream on. Ling Xiao's unyielding attitude caused the atmosphere to stiffen for a moment. At that moment, the old man in charge of the exam suddenly appeared. You want to fight now? Don't tell me you don't want to continue with the exam? The old man's voice wasn't loud, but it was full of threat. Everyone's heart trembled when they heard it. The cultivators who surrounded Ling Xiao and the other two just glared at Ling Xiao and then dispersed. You guys have done well. Surprisingly, there are almost 20,000 people in Shuiyu City. However, those who are ranked below 10,000 will still be eliminated. You don't need me to call your names, just leave. The old man looked at the crowd indifferently. Most of them chose to listen and leave. However, there were a few lucky people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Unfortunately, those people were miserable. They were directly thrown off the mountain by the old man. They didn't know why they were asking for trouble. The Shuiyu country dared to let the old man in charge of the exam. It meant that they had enough confidence in his strength. If he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have been the examiner. Very quickly, there were only 10,001 people left in Shuiyu City. That one was naturally Xue Wushuang. Now, let's move on to the second round. Only 1,000 people will be left out of the 10,000. The old man looked at the 10,000 people and then looked at Xue Wushuang and said, Your Highness, you will be in charge of the second round. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He was worried that Xue Wushuang would continue to make things difficult for him. After all, offending the judge was not a good thing. Follow me, Xue Wushuang said indifferently, and then brought the 10,000 people to a valley. The valley was transparent on both sides. A strong wind was blowing. A demonic beast accidentally barged in and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. I don't think I need to say more. All of you have to enter the valley and stay there for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the first 1,000 people to leave the valley will be able to enter the final test. Xue Wushuang said coldly, It can't be. Let alone 10 minutes, even if it's just 1 minute. I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. That's right. Don't even talk about escaping. It's already good enough to survive. Everyone was talking about it. Xue Wushuang added, Those who are afraid, you can leave now. Our test does not force anyone. I quit. I'll withdraw too. This is simply playing with our lives. That's right. Although the treasures are good, it's not fun to lose your life. The threat of the second stage was still too great. Out of the 10,000 people, a total of 2,000 chose to withdraw. Since the 8,000 of you are unwilling to leave, you may enter the valley now. Xue Wushuang still said expressionlessly. Everyone nodded and stepped into the valley together. In that instant, all 8,000 of them were frozen. Ling Xiao was no exception. The degree of coldness was too terrifying. Start the countdown. Xue Wushuang took out a magic treasure with a time display on it. While waiting, she glanced coldly at Ling Xiao. Even if I didn't target you, you still can't pass this stage. No matter how strong your body is, in such a cold environment, it's difficult to persevere without true essence. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. I give up. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and felt that his consciousness was about to blur. Xue Wushuang glanced at him and was surprised that it wasn't Ling Xiao. The old man standing beside her raised his hand, and the person who chose to give up was pulled out. His whole body was trembling, but at least his life was saved. I give up too. I don't want to persevere either. With one person giving up, more people would give up. Everyone had the problem of following the trend. In an instant, hundreds of people chose to give up. It had only been 3 minutes. When the 4th minute passed, many people gave up again. When the 5th minute passed, the number of people who gave up had exceeded 1,000. 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Before the last minute passed, nearly 3,000 people chose to give up. As a result, there were only about 4,000 people who were still able to persevere. The quality of this group of people is quite good. There are 4,000 people who can persevere for 9 minutes. The old man said with a smile, Yeah, I'm afraid that some people will be too full of themselves and end up losing their lives. Xue Wushuang kept staring at Ling Xiao. Others in the ice cave were trying to break out of the ice, but Ling Xiao was motionless as if he had lost his life. However, since he didn't give up, she couldn't do anything about it. Finally, 10 minutes passed. Start escaping the valley, Xue Wushuang said loudly. As soon as she said that, a figure jumped out together with the ice. Xue Wushuang was shocked to see that person, because the first person to come out was none other than Ling Xiao. However, what surprised her was that all the others had escaped after leaving the ice. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had escaped together with the ice. Not only was Xue Wushuang surprised, even the old man was surprised. Only Ling Xiao knew that he wasn't frozen. Right after he entered the valley, he immediately unleashed his Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul and isolated himself with the ice. Not only was the extreme cold unable to enter his body, it was even absorbed by the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul and turned into potential energy in his body. In just a short moment, his cultivation had broken through to the mid-9th level Divine Core realm. It was enough to show how cold the valley was. After retracting the ice around his body, Ling Xiao didn't look at Xue Wushuang. Instead, he was celebrating with Dark Frost and Lion Xiaobao. These two people were also among the top. Looks like you do have some skills, Shui Wuxiang felt that Ling Xiao was incredible, but the more she thought about it, the more unhappy she felt. She gradually realized that Ling Xiao's disregard and disdain for her wasn't an act. It came from the bottom of his heart. This made her feel even more frustrated. Ling Xiao didn't respond to Shui Wuxiang. This made Shui Wuxiang feel like she was going to suffer from internal injuries. Princess, don't be angry. Next, the first 1,000 people to break out from the ice, follow me to the arena in Snow Moon City. Only 9 of you can stay. Just defeat your opponents. The old man ordered. The 1,000 people who passed the second round followed him back to Snow Moon City. They arrived at the huge arena. The arena in Snow Moon City was very special. The arena was set up in the air, and it was 20 meters above the ground. The seats for the audience were set up high, and they could clearly see the battles happening above. Chapter 3899. At that moment, a large number of spectators had gathered in the arena, including the cultivators from Shuiyu City and those who had been eliminated. The old man stood in front of the judges and announced, "The rules of the final exam are very simple. Her Highness will also participate in the exam with you. In the end, the 10 people who remain in the arena will be considered to have passed. You will also be able to go to the mysterious world of your dreams." As soon as the old man finished speaking, most of the cultivators in the arena looked at Ling Xiao with a sneer. They hadn't forgotten what had happened in the first round. Ling Xiao had dared to attack their goddess, Shui Wuxiang. They naturally wanted to avenge Shui Wuxiang. Maybe they would be able to get the favor of their goddess and get close to her. These people were talking very brightly, but in fact, they were just doing it for a woman. That boy is finished. In the audience, many people had the same thought. Ling Xiao's cultivation level was not high. Even if he had hidden it, facing so many cultivators, it would be difficult for him to survive. Even if he could defeat 1 or 2 people, he would definitely be exhausted. Next, wouldn't he still be eliminated? Lion Master Bao and Dark Frost, who were with Ling Xiao, would probably be unlucky. But who told them to know Ling Xiao? Serves them right. Many people had a strong sense of jealousy. They felt that Ling Xiao's cultivation level was lower than theirs, but he could pass the exam, which made them very unhappy. Therefore, they couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to be unlucky. Dark Frost and Lion Master Bao were standing next to Ling Xiao. Needless to say, Ming Shuang was Ling Xiao's best friend. She would naturally support him. Lion Master Bao was a little interesting. In fact, he and Ling Xiao had only known each other for a few days. Unexpectedly, he was willing to help Ling Xiao, which surprised Ling Xiao. "Brother Lion, in this case, if you help me, I'm afraid you will be eliminated," Ling Xiao reminded him. "Master said that once you've decided on a friend, don't give up. That's the only way to gain true friendship. Besides, I don't think they can eliminate us. I'm very strong." Lion Xiaobao laughed. "All right, Ling Xiao, will recognize you as my friend today. We shall share blessings and hardships together." Ling Xiao rarely treated others as friends. Those who made friends with him were people who had gone through life and death with him. Leo Castle was very special. This simple and honest young man was definitely worth making friends with. "Everyone, can we not attack each other for now? Why don't we kick this Ling Xiao kid off the stage first?" "That's right. This brat is too despicable. He actually dared to hurt Her Highness. How can we let him continue to be free and unfettered? Moreover, his cultivation is the weakest among us. If we don't eliminate him, who should we eliminate? The 2 people beside him are equally detestable. Why don't we just eliminate them together?" Everyone gradually reached a consensus. The reason why he didn't make a move immediately was because he was afraid of being ambushed. "Then let's set a rule. When we're fighting those 3, no one is allowed to attack our own. If anyone violates the rule, we'll eliminate them together. What do you think?" Someone suggested. "No problem. Before those 3 are eliminated, let's not fight among ourselves. All right, let's do it this way. Whoever violates the rule, we'll kill him." When people had a common enemy, they would temporarily put aside their internal conflicts. This was a very common occurrence. As a result, the originally chaotic battle on the stage became a battle between over 900 people and 3 people. Judging from the surface, there was a huge gap in strength between both parties. We're attacking you because we don't want others to gossip about us. How about this? We'll send out 3 men to fight you. If you lose, you'll have to get the hell out of here. I'm your opponent." A young man walked out from the crowd. He was wearing black clothes and holding 2 daggers in his hands. He looked cold and tough. His cultivation was at the peak first divine core realm. Logically speaking, it wasn't easy for him to last until now with his cultivation base. The reason why he wanted to be in the limelight was because he wanted to win Shui Wushuang's favor. If Shui Wushuang was happy, she might even allow him to cultivate in the Shuiyu kingdom. "I'll deal with Lion Master Castle." Another man walked out. This man was a peak 4th divine core warrior. He was wearing a red robe, and he was extremely eye-catching. "Leave that woman to me." The last one to walk out was a woman. She had an enchanting look, but a ruthless expression could be seen on her face. Her cultivation base was at the peak 4th divine core realm. In order to eliminate Ling Xiao and the other 2, they didn't underestimate their opponents. Damn, these 3 are all famous evil sect warriors in the Shuiyu kingdom. Not only have they killed many people, all of them are extremely cunning. They've all used extreme methods to kill people with higher cultivation bases than them. That's right, those 3 young men are in trouble. A few old men had appeared at the judge's table, and they were chatting with the person in charge. That's not necessarily the case. These 3 people are all somewhat special. The person in charge replied with a smile. He was the first one to come in contact with Ling Xiao, Dark Frost, and Lion Master Castle. He was actually looking forward to seeing these 3. "I'll go first." The woman impatiently walked towards Dark Frost. "Little girl, you have 2 choices now. One is to jump off the stage yourself. The other is to be kicked off the stage by me. What's your choice?" She seemed to look down on Dark Frost. "My choice is simple. You just need to get the hell out of here." After finishing her words, a frightening soul force was unleashed. Before the enchanting woman could understand what was happening, she was sent flying away. She fell off the stage. Soul secret skills were the most frightening, and also the most mysterious. Therefore, when ordinary warriors encountered a soul warrior, they would be very careful. That enchanting woman was too careless. "Trash, it's my turn." The man in a red robe unleashed a fiery aura as he leapt towards Lion Master Castle. He didn't underestimate his opponent. When he attacked, he unleashed his martial soul as well. It was a flame martial soul. "You're not my match." Lion Master Castle shook his head and said, "With your strength, I can send you flying with a single punch." "Arrogant." The red-robed warrior was furious. "I'm not being arrogant. I'm just telling the truth. Why don't you believe me?" Lion Master Castle sighed. He didn't unleash his martial soul. He just casually threw out a punch. Bang! This punch directly shattered the red-robed martial artist's flame attack. Furthermore, the red-robed martial artist's body was struck as well. He was sent flying away and fell off the stage. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of the 3 men who had stepped forward had been defeated. And both of them had been defeated with just a single strike. This caused everyone to be shocked. "Don't be so surprised. Master told me that I have an ancient force in my body, and no ordinary 5th-rank divine core warriors are my match. Besides, he's just a perfect 4th-rank divine core warrior. That's even worse." Lion Master Castle's words were simple and straightforward, but it caused his opponent to feel aggrieved. Chapter 3900. Looks like I can only start with the weakest one. The black-clothed dagger man looked at Ling Xiao. Because Dark Frost and Lion Master Castle had both killed their respective opponents, only Ling Xiao, who seemed to be the weakest on the surface, was left. He didn't want to embarrass himself. Taking a deep breath, the black-clothed dagger man's body suddenly turned into a series of afterimages. On the arena, there were as many as 32 figures. It was impossible to tell which figure was real. This person's martial soul was originally an assassin's martial soul. He had absorbed a lot of benefits from his martial soul, and this phantom doppelganger step was one of them. Many people had suffered a loss under his movement technique. This was also the reason why he could defeat warriors with stronger cultivation than him, because others couldn't tell which figure was real and which figure was an illusion. Boring trick. Ling Xiao shook his head in disdain. He had played such a trick a long time ago. Moreover, each of his doppelgangers had the power to attack. Ling Xiao didn't move. He was waiting for the real body to approach him. Under the Taiji eye, the other party's doppelgangers had nowhere to hide. In order to test Ling Xiao, the black-clothed dagger man deliberately released his doppelgangers to attack Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't react at all. It was as if he was stupid. Finally, the dagger man couldn't hold it in anymore. His main body pounced forward at an extremely fast speed. There were more than a dozen doppelgangers with his main body. At this moment, Ling Xiao moved. He still didn't use any moves. It was just an ordinary flying kick. The dagger man was kicked directly in the abdomen. His body suddenly bent, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. His entire body was kicked out like a cannonball. He fell heavily off the arena and couldn't even stand up. If you want to play the hero saving the beauty, you have to see if you have the ability. You don't know what you're talking about. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and then looked at the others. Don't hide it. Anyway, only 10 people can stay in this arena. If anyone else wants to attack us, feel free to do so. The domineering announcement made everyone's expression turn ugly. However, these people did not immediately make a move, because they were afraid too. 3 people took action, and 3 people were eliminated. This was simply too embarrassing. Or could it be that all 3 of them were not easy to deal with? The young girl, Dark Frost, was obviously a terrifying soul martial artist. Her soul's secret arts were mysterious and unfathomable, making her very difficult to deal with. Lion Xiaobao possessed an ancient force within his body, and when he unleashed it, even a 5th-level divine core warrior would be afraid of him. And Ling Xiao, who was thought to be the weakest, happened to be the hardest to see through. Regardless of whether it was attacking Xue Wushuang or sending the dagger man flying, he had only used normal attacks. He didn't use any moves. This was a little hard to figure out. He had no idea what level his strength had reached. Everyone looked at each other and still felt that Ling Xiao was the weakest. A peak 2nd divine core warrior gritted his teeth and said. Then, he walked out of the crowd. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to pass the next round. Therefore, he decided to try attacking Ling Xiao. If he succeeded, he would be able to get Xue Wushuang's appreciation. It wasn't a loss. Let me give it a try. This man's cultivation was 100 times stronger than the dagger man. He was wearing a snow-white robe, and it made him look heroic. He was still young, and if he could cultivate for a few more years, he would become another outstanding genius. But too bad, he was still young, only around 18 years old. He was about the same age as Ling Xiao. What was interesting was that he also used a sword. Just like Ling Xiao, he was also an expert in using a sword. It's all up to you now. Although the crowd didn't have much confidence in this white-clothed swordsman, this man could at least test out Ling Xiao's strength and find out what level Ling Xiao had reached. The audience below the stage were very interested in this fight. Initially, they thought Ling Xiao was the weakest amongst all the contestants, but in the previous fight, the dagger man couldn't even withstand a single attack from him. This proved that Ling Xiao did have some abilities. The next white-clothed swordsman was 100 times stronger than the dagger man. Could Ling Xiao still stay on the stage? Bang! A frightening sword intent emerged from the white-clothed swordsman's sword. It was as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Everyone nearby could feel the sharpness of the sword, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Interesting, this man's sword soul is actually an innate sword soul, although it's only 10%. Compared to those with a higher cultivation than him, his martial soul is even more outstanding. He is definitely a genius. Looks like Ling Xiao is in trouble. Amongst the crowd, a warrior with a bamboo hat and a long sword in his arms couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious that this man wasn't interested in Xue Wushuang and didn't have any hostility towards Ling Xiao. However, he was one of the stronger competitors. He was also proficient in sword techniques, so he could see the white-clothed swordsman's abilities. If this kid is trained well, he will definitely become an outstanding genius in Xueyu. At the judges' table, a few old men were also discussing. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have become a foil. It was to serve as a foil for this young swordsman. When the white-clothed swordsman heard the crowd's discussion, he seemed somewhat proud. He pointed his long sword at Ling Xiao and coldly said, "Young man, I don't have any enmity with you, so I don't want to hurt you. It's just that what you said before was too much. Now, get out of the arena obediently, and you'll be spared from physical pain. Arrogant and conceited. Only when he stepped on the weak could he have such a strong feeling. He believed that defeating Ling Xiao like this would make Xue Wushuang pay more attention to him. I don't know what it means to get lost. If you want me to get off the stage, then use your strength. Otherwise, that piece of trash just now will be your example. Ling Xiao disdainfully looked at the white-clothed swordsman and said, "Not everyone who uses a sword is a swordsman. You don't understand the true essence of the sword." "I don't understand? What a joke. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me." Snow Mountain Sword Technique. Sky filled with flying snow. The white-clothed swordsman suddenly released his sword technique. For a moment, the sky was filled with snowflakes. It was beautiful, but also dangerous. These sword lights were completely locked onto Ling Xiao. They wanted to tear Ling Xiao to pieces. And the white-clothed swordsman was the controller of this sky filled with flying snow. He was like a sword immortal, floating endlessly. Your moves are gorgeous and can be appreciated by others, but the sword intent contained within is very laughable. This kind of move is effective against trash who is about the same as you. Against me? It's useless. Now, I will teach you how to use a sword. Ling Xiao didn't use his sword before because he could rely on his fists and feet to defeat his opponent. Although the white-clothed swordsman could use his fists and feet to defeat him. But if he used the other party's best method to defeat him, wouldn't it destroy his opponent's confidence even more? In his hand, there was an additional sword. It was the ice-revered sword. Right now, the revered ice sword was only an immortal-grade emperor weapon. There was a big gap between it and the divine-grade emperor weapon in the opponent's hand. But the ice-revered sword in Ling Xiao's hand had a completely different feeling. Chapter 39:01. At this moment, it was as if the crowd couldn't see Ling Xiao, they could only see the sword. The sword that had merged with the heavens and earth. His sword intent bloomed in the air. It was violent and sharp. It quickly suppressed the sword intent of the white-clothed swordsman. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation had dropped, his sword intent wasn't weak at all. "Get the hell off the stage. You're not qualified to fight me." Ling Xiao didn't attack. The white-clothed swordsman coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had lost in the battle of sword intent. He had lost miserably. Even his soul and martial soul had been severely injured. Ling Xiao's words sounded out, and the white-clothed swordsman jumped off the stage like a madman. If he stayed on the stage for even a second longer, he would feel like he would die. This was the defeat brought to him by the sword intent. It wasn't something that could be achieved with just an attack. Ling Xiao put away his Ice Supreme sword. He still looked as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. The violent sword intent in the air had disappeared. However, everyone was still stuck in the shock of what had just happened. They stared at the young man called Ling Xiao with fear. They couldn't understand what had just happened. Where did this guy come from? He was a body-refining warrior, but why was his sword intent so frightening? Although the white-clothed swordsman was only a peak second heavenly core warrior, he couldn't compare with many of the people here. But he shouldn't have been defeated without even having the chance to attack, right? Xue Wushuang's eyes were wide open. For the first time in her life, she felt like she had been staying in Xueyu for too long. She had become a frog at the bottom of a well. She had no idea how frightening the warriors outside were. Even she didn't know how the white-clothed swordsman was defeated. Sword intent was something only swordsmen could understand. Who said he's the weakest? Are you kidding me? I think his combat strength is at least at the third heavenly core realm. That's right. He didn't even release his martial soul, but he easily defeated the peak second heavenly core swordsman. I'm sure his combat strength is not weak. The crowd were discussing amongst themselves. Some of the warriors who wanted to use Ling Xiao as a stepping stone for their future had given up on this stupid idea. If they really became enemies with Ling Xiao, they would probably lose miserably. Looking at the two people in front of him, it wasn't as simple as being eliminated. One of them was severely injured, and it would probably take a long time for him to recover. As for the other, he had suffered a severe setback. His path as a genius had probably come to an end. This Ling Xiao was really ruthless. Your sword intent is very interesting. Perhaps we will have a chance to spar in the future. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was the young man who wore a bamboo hat, had a wolf's tail grass in his mouth, and held a long sword in his arms. This person was dressed very casually. She was also dressed sloppily. There was also a wine gourd hanging from his waist. He was like a wandering swordsman. However, no one dared to underestimate him. Dragon Sword Mountain. Everyone looked at the young man. Dragon Sword Mountain was extremely famous in the entire Shueyu country. She was not inferior to Shui Wushuang. If he were a woman, he would be even more shocking than Shui Wushuang. Long Jianshan's cultivation was the same as Shui Wushuang's. He was also a perfect fifth divine core warrior. He also possessed a frightening dragon sword martial soul. This dragon sword martial soul contained the strength of a dragon and the soul of a sword. It was a very special martial soul. Amongst the younger generation in Shueyu, Long Jianshan was definitely one of the most outstanding. If Long Jianshan is willing to fight, no matter if it's Ling Xiao, Lion Master Castle, or Dark Frost, they will all be eliminated. But too bad. It seems like he isn't that interested in Shui Wushuang. That's right, but I'm sure he'll be one of the last 10. That's obvious. Apart from him, there are a few other famous young geniuses in Shueyu who will be able to make it to the last 10. That's right. For example, that Yi Lingyan. Rumor has it that her strength is even more frightening than Long Jianshan. Yi Lingyan's martial soul is the beast god martial soul. Although it's only a mid-divine rank, it's still extremely rare in the 4 regions. In his normal state, I'm afraid he can fight evenly with Long Jianshan. If his martial soul transforms, no one here will be his match. Too bad. She's a woman. Not only does she not love Shui Wushuang, she even looks down on Shui Wushuang. Everyone says that Yi Lingyan and Shui Wushuang are the 2 peerless beauties of Shueyu, but in fact, the relationship between these 2 girls is very bad. Therefore, it's impossible for her to fight Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was paying attention to the crowd's discussion. Although these people were whispering, they couldn't escape his ears. Judging from what they were saying, apart from Long Jianshan, Shui Wushuang, and Yi Lingyan, there were 3 other people. They were triplets, and they were triplets. They had been cultivating together since they were young, and they were very good at fighting together. All 6 of them were at the peak 5th divine core realm, and they were all existences that were second only to the great generals of the Purple Kingdom. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened and they didn't kill each other, the 6 of them would be able to make it to the last 10. As a matter of fact, 6 out of the 10 spots had been decided. There were only 4 spots left to fight for. Amongst the remaining 6, the only one who was qualified to fight with these 6 was Du Jiuyi. Du Jiuyi was an expert in using poison. His cultivation was second only to the 6 men in front of him. He had reached the early 5th divine core realm. As for the remaining 6 men, the strongest was only at the peak 4th divine core realm. Of course, the scariest thing about Du Jiuyi wasn't his cultivation, it was his poison. Once he went crazy, even the 6 men in front of him would have to be careful. If not, they would definitely fail miserably. They would be tricked by him. Because of this, no one wanted to be Du Jiuyi's enemy, including the 6 men in front of him. As long as Du Jiuyi didn't seek death himself, he would be able to make it to the last 10. If he took one more spot, there would only be 3 spots left. But the way Du Jiuyi looked at Ling Xiao was filled with viciousness and hatred. He liked Shui Wushuang. He liked her like crazy. Therefore, he would most likely attack Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost. However, this man was quite patient. At least, he hadn't attacked yet. Maybe he was still afraid of Lion Master Bao. He was worried that he would be attacked by Lion Master Bao, Ling Xiao, and Dark Frost. It seems like we've misjudged them. Those who are strong enough to eliminate those 3 aren't willing to do it. Those who aren't strong enough to eliminate them are still observing. Don't tell me those 3 are going to advance to the next round together? If that's the case, all 10 spots have been decided. The audience felt that things were getting interesting. The current situation was a bit strange. The 3 men who were thought to be eliminated were now the hot favorites to advance to the next round. No, I don't think those men will accept this. Since they can't defeat those 3 one-on-one, won't they gang up on them? After all, they have a lot of people, and that's their biggest advantage. This was what it meant to wake someone up from a dream. Perhaps the audience was just casually saying this, but the men on the stage understood what they meant. Chapter 3902. Everyone, listen up. These 3 men will become a threat to all of us. With them here, it will be very difficult for us to get a spot. Why don't we work together and eliminate them? That way, we'll have 3 extra spots. The audience gave a reminder to the cultivators on the stage. They could clearly feel the presence of Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost. Not only would it bring shame to Xue Wushuang, but it would also bring shame to Xue Wushuang. Also, the most troublesome thing was that these 3 men might take away the other 3 spots. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to compete for the spots. They couldn't afford to offend the 6 perfect 5th divine core warriors. They couldn't afford to offend Du Jiuyi either. But these 3 men, they could afford to offend them. One-on-one might not be enough, but what if they work together? That's right, we don't need to talk about morality with them. Moreover, this was an elimination round to begin with. They deserve to offend us. Someone immediately responded to the person who made the suggestion. Everyone had realized how extraordinary Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, and Dark Frost were. If they continued like this, they would be the ones eliminated in the end. It's decided then, let's work together and eliminate these 3 men. It doesn't matter even if we kill them. That's right, there's no rule that says we can't kill anyone, so don't show any mercy. When one man agreed, 2 others followed suit. At this moment, a few hundred men had made their decision. They would eliminate Ling Xiao and the other 2, then they would fight for the remaining 3 spots. Ling Xiao kept staring at these men with an indifferent expression. Actually, because of the rules, he had shown mercy in the previous 2 rounds and didn't kill anyone. But now, these men wanted to kill them. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. It looked like he had to kill a few of them. You're all courting death. Ling Xiao's voice was like the cold weather in Shuiyu. It could instantly freeze a man's heart. This caused the expressions of these men to change. Some of them even subconsciously took a few steps back. But after a short moment, they suddenly realized how embarrassing it was. Don't be afraid, there are only 3 of them. They are no match for us. These words made the already timid martial artists muster up their courage once again. Ling Xiao looked at that person coldly. To be able to recover so quickly under his murderous aura, he must be an executioner who had also killed many people. He sneered and moved his body. He walked towards the man. Although this person was not the strongest among this group of people, he was definitely the one who could fan the flames the most. Did you see that? That brat is angry out of humiliation. The man roared again. Do you want to watch him kill us one by one? I dare say that if we were to fight one-on-one, none of us would be his match. Therefore, they had to work together. Only by killing him can we be safe. Ling Xiao noticed that there was a hateful scar on this person's face. It was very deep and very sinister. Even though he hid in the crowd, he was still locked onto by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed became faster and faster. Finally, the martial artist could not hold back anymore and launched an attack at Ling Xiao at the same time. Compared to Leo Master Castle and Dark Frost, they felt that Ling Xiao was the biggest threat to them, the most frightening. In a split second, hundreds of true energies condensed into hundreds of attacks. The entire arena was filled with the whistling sounds of all sorts of martial skills. They all charged towards Ling Xiao, trying to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Don't come any closer, they are mine. Ling Xiao wanted to recover his cultivation as soon as possible, so he had to fight. These men were the stepping stones for him to recover his cultivation. He noticed that Leo Master Castle and Dark Frost wanted to help him, so he immediately stopped them. He had no idea how strong Leo Master Castle was, but he knew that he was at least a late 5th Heavenly Core warrior. Dark Frost was just as frightening. She was even stronger than Leo Master Castle. Most importantly, the secret soul skill was too hard to defend against. After all, for a martial artist, the soul was the most difficult part to cultivate. Leo Master Castle and Dark Frost were startled for a second. A few of the attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body, but Ling Xiao didn't even frown. With the 7th Order Emperor Realm Black Tortoise Divine Body and the Heavenly Demon Bone, he had nothing to fear. On the contrary, this kind of attack had stimulated the potential in his body. For him, It was definitely beneficial. Is this all your attacks can do? Can't they be any stronger? Ling Xiao was actually laughing. He was laughing happily. His laughter startled all the men who were attacking him. He's just bluffing. Don't hold back anymore, or else we'll be the next ones to die. The scar-faced man was still fanning the flames. One had to admit that this scar-faced man was really good at tricking people. After hearing his words, the men's attacks suddenly became a few times stronger. Boom, boom, boom. Even more frightening attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body. He didn't use the firestorm wheels to defend himself. Because the firestorm wheels were magical treasures, they would stop the energy from entering his body and prevent him from improving his cultivation. This feels so good. Perhaps I'm destined to be the enemy of the entire world. A grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Recently, he had been thinking about something. It seemed like the more enemies he encountered, the stronger they were, the faster his cultivation would improve. Others said that pressure was motivation. But not only was it motivation, it was also cultivation. Bang! Amidst the rain of bullets, Ling Xiao walked into the crowd. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. A man's head exploded. He didn't show any mercy. Since his opponent wanted to kill him, why should he endure it? Slap! Someone was slapped away by Jiang Chun, and he fell off the arena. He was on the verge of death. Punching and kicking, Jiang Chun looked like a devil god who had barged into a flock of lambs. No one could stop him. No one could stop him. Although his cultivation was low, his body was strong enough. With just the strength of his body, he could fight a 5th-level divine core warrior head-on. If he transformed into his beast soul form, he could even fight a 6th-level divine core warrior. Therefore, none of the people present were a match for him. He's not a human. He's a devil. This is terrifying. Everyone in the audience cried out in shock. Not only was Ling Xiao unharmed when facing all those attacks, he was even slaughtering them. This was unbelievable. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived in front of the scar-faced man. Die. The scar-faced man took out a machete and swung it toward Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao didn't even try to block the attack. Clang! When the Divine Emperor weapon machete landed on Ling Xiao's head, it was as if it had hit a metal rock. Sparks flew out from the impact. In the next moment, the scar-faced man's throat was grabbed by Ling Xiao, and he was lifted up into the air. The scar-faced man kept kicking his legs, but his strength was getting weaker and weaker. This was because Ling Xiao's true yuan had merged with his body, and it had sealed his true yuan. In Ling Xiao's hands, he was no different from an ordinary man. Now, do you still want to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at the scar-faced man with a sarcastic expression. I should be thanking you. So many people attacking me at the same time. I've benefited a lot. Chapter 3903. Don't kill me. This is the rule set by Shuiyu. You can't blame me. The scar-faced man was ruthless, but when he was grabbed by someone like a little chick, even he had lost his courage. He thought Ling Xiao was being sarcastic, but that wasn't the case. Ling Xiao really had to thank him, because it was their attack that had helped Ling Xiao break through to the late 9th level of the Divine Vein Realm. This was how fast his cultivation speed was. After all, he had broken through to this realm before, and now, he was just recovering, but his cultivation speed was much faster than his usual cultivation speed. Don't kill you? When you instigated those men to kill me, did you ever think you would end up like this? Ling Xiao smiled coldly, then he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack! The scar-faced man's neck was broken. After that, Ling Xiao shattered the scar-faced man's inner core with a single punch, then absorbed all the energy into his own body. His cultivation had broken through once again. Peak 9th level Divine Vein Realm. After all, it was the inner core of a divine core warrior. After absorbing all the energy, it was actually quite slow for him to break through to the peak 9th level Divine Vein Realm. This was probably because of Ling Xiao's body structure. His meridians were 100 times stronger than those of ordinary warriors, so the amount of energy he needed to break through was naturally much more. But Ling Xiao was already satisfied with the speed of his breakthrough. Next was the half-step Divine Core Realm. There was no difference between the half-step Divine Core Realm and the Peak Realm. There were only 9 stages. When he reached the 9th stage, he would form a water core. Then he would be able to break through to the divine core realm. Other warriors might need more materials, but he didn't. His body had memorized everything about the divine core realm. All he needed to do was to absorb energy into his body. As long as he had enough energy, he would break through on his own. Everything would happen naturally. After killing the scar-faced man, Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the surrounding men. All these men had attacked him. All of them wanted to eliminate him. Some of them even wanted to kill him. This young man, something's not right. At the judge's table, an old man furrowed his brows and said, I feel like he's been through too much. He doesn't have any resistance to killing. He's just like a devil. So what if he's a devil? As long as he doesn't betray Shuiyu, it doesn't matter. Another old man said, That's right. This brat is a prodigy. His cultivation is clearly in the early 9th level of the divine vein realm, but he made consecutive breakthroughs during the assessment. Right now, he is already at the peak of the 9th level of the divine vein realm. This is nothing. His cultivation is so weak. Logically speaking, even if he is a body refinement martial artist, his strength can't be too strong. But the scar-faced man he had just killed was a peak 3rd divine core warrior. Strange. How strange. Don't think too much about it. This elimination is a matter of life and death. Those people wanted to kill him, so he killed them. This was a matter of course. It was the same no matter where he put it. Don't tell me you like those Virgin Mary bitches? The person in charge said with a smile. He really liked this Ling Xiao. Not only did he clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges, but he was also decisive in killing. The key was that this kid was a weirdo. He had never seen a perfect 9th level divine vein warrior kill a perfect 3rd level divine core warrior. Do you want to kill me? Then I'll send you to hell first. The moment Ling Xiao's voice rang out, his figure suddenly dashed forward, charging towards the cultivator closest to him. His movement was like a ghost. He suddenly disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, his palm strike had already landed on the man's body. A cracking sound was heard. The man's ribs were broken, and his inner core was shattered. He died on the spot. 2. In just an instant, 2 divine core warriors had died. Everyone in the audience were dumbfounded by what they saw. As for those participants who thought Ling Xiao was the weakest, they were completely dumbfounded. The strength Ling Xiao had just displayed was simply unbelievable. This wasn't something a divine vein realm martial artist should have. Xue Wushuang clenched her fists tightly. Although Ling Xiao hadn't shown any strength that surpassed her, she was still very nervous. Compared to her, Ling Xiao was obviously more mature, and he was better at killing. Needless to say, she was like a flower that grew in a greenhouse. As for Ling Xiao, he was like a stubborn sapling that grew in the wild. The gap between the two was just too huge. Die. While Ling Xiao was attacking, another man suddenly launched a sneak attack. He was trying to assassinate Ling Xiao from behind. However, Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head around. He allowed the man's sword to stab into his back. Crack. His back wasn't pierced, but the man's sword had shattered. Ling Xiao sneered. He picked up the broken sword and stabbed it into the man's throat. After that, he crushed the man's inner core, absorbing the energy. After absorbing another 2 third divine core warriors' inner cores, Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through once again. First level of the half-step divine core realm. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena was a little dazed. This was too frightening. This Ling Xiao had gone mad. He was like a terrifying devil, causing everyone to be terrified. If he was allowed to continue like this wouldn't be an elimination round. It would be a slaughter. Why are you still hesitating? Let's go. Do you really want to be killed by him one by one? Someone finally realized what was going on. Because Ling Xiao had killed the scar-faced man, they had forgotten to attack. But when they saw Ling Xiao slaughtering all of them, none of them dared to stand still. Hearing what he said, those who were still in a daze began to act ferociously. This time, they didn't choose to attack in a chaotic manner. Instead, they attacked at the same time, pouring all their energy into Ling Xiao's body. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't die. Violent true energies collided in the air, causing the sky to change color. Frightening dark clouds kept rolling around. The frightening aura had actually formed a chain reaction, and it was like an ancient ferocious beast was pouncing toward Ling Xiao. The frightening aura caused all the spectators to tremble in fear. Can he still hold on? Someone asked worriedly. I don't know. Facing such a frightening attack, if he can really hold on, then he'll be a god. Someone said while trembling in fear. Even I can't defend against an attack like this. I have to avoid it. Shui Wushuang thought to herself. She didn't think that Ling Xiao could do it. Girl, aren't you going to save him? Liu Xiaobao looked at Dark Frost and asked. No, brother Ling Xiao won't die, because he has a true immortal body, Dark Frost said with a smile. In fact, in terms of immortality, Dark Frost was the one. Even if her inner core was shattered, as long as her soul wasn't destroyed, she could be resurrected. This was because she couldn't be considered a living person now. To be more precise, she was a living dead. Since she was already dead, she wouldn't die again. Unless someone could destroy her soul as well. Otherwise, even if her inner core was destroyed, she wouldn't die. But in Dark Frost's opinion, Ling Xiao's was the real magical immortal technique. He could be resurrected, and no matter how serious the injury, he could quickly recover. That's what a freak is. Therefore, she wasn't worried about Ling Xiao at all. Seeing Dark Frost's reaction, Liu Xiaobao shrugged. He wanted to help, but it seemed that there was no need. Chapter 3904. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Wind and Fire Sword Art. Snow God Fist. Ice Fury Blade. The Berserk true essence condensed into a torrent, crazily pouncing towards Ling Xiao. All the warriors unleashed their attacks at the same time, and it was as frightening as a flood breaking through a dam. Die now, you arrogant bastard. Bang. All the attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body at the same time. The explosive attacks exploded on Ling Xiao's body. The crowd could clearly see Ling Xiao's body being shattered into pieces. Lion Xiaobao panicked, but when he turned around and looked at Dark Frost, he saw a faint smile still on Dark Frost's face. He was confused, but he still suppressed his curiosity. Perhaps Ling Xiao wasn't dead yet. Humph, what a fool. With so many people attacking at the same time, even we can't defend against all of them. Why isn't he dodging? Long Jianshan coldly harumphed. He thought he had a strong body, but now he's dead. Too bad. I thought he would be one of the 10 who could advance to the next round. But now, it looks like he died a miserable death. The audience were sighing as well. They clearly saw Ling Xiao's body being destroyed. A divine vein warrior didn't have an inner core. Once his body was destroyed, he would be dead for sure. There was no way he could survive. Serves him right. Good death. All the warriors who attacked Ling Xiao were shouting excitedly. Swoosh. Suddenly, a frightening flame shot up into the sky. The place where Ling Xiao was killed started burning. The flames started spreading crazily, and it started burning among the crowd. A few dozen men who were closest to Ling Xiao were instantly devoured by the raging flame and died a miserable death. Their bodies were all burned into ashes. A man walked out from the flame. Not only was he perfectly fine, his aura had also become stronger. Sure enough, it was necessary to take this attack head-on. Although I almost died, my cultivation base has increased to the 4th level of the half-step divine core realm. My cultivation base has increased by 3 levels. It feels really good. Ling Xiao's smile was illuminated by the flames, making him look very excited. This caused the expressions of those who were attacking him to change greatly, and their hearts to tremble violently. Devil. He's a devil. There's no way he's still alive. How could this be? These people were scared silly. To be able to withstand such an attack and still be unscathed, this was simply impossible. See, I told you, Big Brother Ling Xiao will be fine. Dark Frost's little face was brimming with a smug smile. That's true, but it gave me a fright just now. Liu Xiaobao smiled bitterly. Since you don't want to live, then all of you can die. Ling Xiao walked out of the flames, a ball of anger burning in his chest. Even though the attack just now had allowed him to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, it had almost killed him. If it weren't for the Hellbird's rebirth ability, he would have been reborn from the brink of death. He would really die. Therefore, at that moment, his smile and his excitement were all fake because of the flames. At that moment, he was burning with anger. Burn. Fire of the hell bird. Ling Xiao transformed into the hell bird and rushed into the crowd. Even more people were burned to death by the strange flames that were coming out of his body. Terrified screams were heard one after another. Those who were attacking Ling Xiao had already fallen into a complete panic. Fight? It was almost impossible. Right now, there was only fear in their hearts. What could they do in the face of an undying enemy? They couldn't do anything. On the fighting stage, a terrifying massacre had begun. That's the beast god spirit. In the judges' seats, the strong cultivators of Shueyu were astonished. The beast god spirit was too rare. It was already very rare to see someone like Yi Lengyan who was a medium-level god, and Ling Zhao's beast god spirit seemed to be even more powerful than Yi Lengyan's. Could it be a high-level god? A strong physical body, outstanding sword skills, and now the beast god spirit. How many incredible things did this young man have? Was he really just a divine pulse realm cultivator? The more they looked at him, the more they felt that something was wrong. One had to know that Ling Xiao had mastered 3 abilities. It was very difficult for other cultivators to get even one of them. Even for strong cultivators like them, it was impossible to take care of all 3. It was very difficult to cultivate only one of them. How much energy did this boy have? How strong was his comprehension? It was really amazing. While they were talking, nearly 100 cultivators were killed. At that moment, those who had attacked Ling Xiao were scared out of their wits. They were ready to jump down from the fighting stage and take the initiative to admit defeat. But they were surprised again. Frost Divine Dragon Beast Spirit, Ice Dragon Breath. A terrifying dragon breath was spat out. Those martial artists who were preparing to escape were frozen. They turned into ice sculptures and stayed on the fighting stage. This guy is too scary. He not only wants to eliminate those people, but also wants to kill them all. Many people in the audience were trembling in fear as they cried out in alarm. Xue Wushuang's face was pale as well. She felt lucky that she didn't go crazy and attack Ling Xiao. If not, perhaps she would be a dead body right now. Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy. Those frozen cultivators were all shattered and killed by him. The energy from the shattered inner cores were also crazily absorbed by him. 5th level of the half-step divine core realm. 6th level of the half-step divine core realm. 7th level. 8th level. 9th level. Finally, Ling Xiao felt he was on the verge of breaking through. Once he broke through to the divine core realm, he would be able to unleash a lot of his combat strength. Not long after that, there were still nearly 1,000 cultivators left on the fighting stage. But now, there were only a few hundred left. The rest were all killed by Ling Xiao. Those who were killed were the ones who had attacked Ling Xiao. He didn't kill anyone, but he didn't let anyone go either. Even though Ling Xiao was extremely furious, he was still able to tell the difference. This was a rare thing. Did you guys see that? On the judging panel, a mighty warrior was staring at Jiang Chen. I don't think he's just a beast god warrior. He has dual martial souls. That's right, we saw it too. It's a completely different martial soul from the Hell Phoenix, an ice divine dragon. One is hot and the other is cold, but he can combine them perfectly. How did he do that? Another man said with a trembling voice, that little boy has too many secrets. If he really wanted to join Shueyu, he would be able to do so. If he really wants to join our Shueyu, I'm sure we'll get great results in the secret realm. Another mighty warrior said with mixed feelings, I still want to know all his secrets, but I don't think that's possible anymore. I don't think anyone will dare attack him again, just like what these mighty warriors had said. After witnessing Ling Zhao's abilities, the rest of the people immediately treated him as one of the seeded contestants. He was placed on the same level as the 6-peak 5th Divine Core Warriors. Chapter 3905. No one dared to attack Ling Xiao anymore. But none of the participants were willing to accept being eliminated just like that. Therefore, the remaining participants all looked at Du Juyi. 6 perfect 5th-ranked Divine Core Warriors. They couldn't afford to offend them. Darkfrost and Lion Xiaobao were Ling Zhao's friends, so they didn't dare offend them. Therefore, their target was Du Juyi, an early 5th-ranked Divine Core Warrior. Du Juyi. You can leave now. There were nearly 100 warriors attacking Du Juyi at the same time. A cruel grin emerged on Du Juyi's face. You can't afford to offend him, but you think you can afford to offend me? You're all a bunch of idiots. You're courting death. With a grin on his face, a strange purple-blue flower emerged behind his back. The flower gave off a strange aura. Although it was a martial soul, it made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. The purple-blue aura was unleashed from the martial soul, and it dashed towards the 100 men. In just an instant, a dozen of the 100 men had fallen to the ground, and the rest had been poisoned as well. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Do you know how I got my name? It's the name of this flower. It's called Du Juyi. Once this poison is released, it won't dissipate even after 9 days and 9 nights. Just wait for your death. Du Juyi suddenly sneered. Then a purple-blue poison shot towards Ling Xiao, who had just fallen from the sky. Brother Ling, watch out. Seeing this, Lion Xiaobao hurriedly intervened. He punched out with his fist, knocking the poison away. But he still inhaled it into his body, and his face instantly turned pale. What a vicious poison! Lion Xiaobao's body swayed, but he didn't fall to the ground. The chaotic force in his body had the ability to suppress the poison, so it couldn't kill him in a short amount of time. But his overall strength had definitely dropped. Brother Lion, Ling Xiao hastily leapt towards Lion Xiaobao. Lion Xiaobao was willing to risk his life to save Ling Xiao, and this alone meant that Ling Xiao wouldn't just stand there and watch. But everything happened too quickly, and all Ling Xiao could do was stand in front of Lion Xiaobao. Boom! Not only did Du Juyi not stop, but the terrifying poisonous fog turned into a huge poisonous python and bombarded Ling Xiao's body. The venom completely enveloped Ling Xiao's body. How terrifying! As expected of Du Juyi, he chose the perfect opportunity. Ling Xiao had just finished killing people and was currently in a relaxed state. It was simply impossible for him to defend against a sneak attack. Good heavens, Du Juyi was indeed much more terrifying than Ling Xiao. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao and Lion Master Castle will both die. Everyone was stunned. Du Juyi had been showing hatred towards Ling Xiao, but he had never made a move. Everyone thought that he would definitely not make a move. Who would have thought that he would suddenly attack? Lion Master Bao and Ling Xiao were caught off guard. Heh, Du Juyi, this brat is indeed not a guy to be trifled with. I'd rather be an enemy of a perfect 5th divine core warrior than an enemy of him. Long Jianshan let out a grin, as if he was celebrating Ling Xiao's death. He had thought that Ling Xiao was going to die, but in the end, Ling Xiao didn't die, and that was a slap to his face. This made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Now that he saw what had happened, he was gloating over Jiang Qin's misfortune. Damn it! Seeing that both Ling Xiao and Lion Master Bao had been hit by Du Juyi's attack, Ming Shuang hurriedly reacted, releasing a wall of white bones to block Du Juyi's follow-up attack. Dark Frost, get out of my way. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao's cold and frightening voice sounded out once again. He had killed so many people, and he didn't want to continue. But what Du Juyi did had caused his killing intent to boil once again. And this time, his killing intent had become even colder. This Du Juyi was even more despicable than those men just now. He was even more sinister and despicable. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Dark Frost was startled for a second. Then she immediately stepped aside. Help me take care of Lion Master Bao, Ling Xiao said to her. Got it, big brother Ling Xiao. Dark Frost nodded obediently. However, this scene scared Du Juyi to death. Long Jianshan was once again dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was still alive. In front of Du Juyi's terrifying poison, it was as if nothing had happened. This was too unbelievable. Although Ling Xiao's performance today had already given him a lot of surprises, Ling Xiao's strength had already surprised him. But he still couldn't accept it. However, Ling Xiao didn't care whether he accepted it or not. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao didn't even put this self-righteous Long Jianshan in his eyes. Right now, Ling Xiao only wanted to torture Du Juyi. He wanted Du Juyi to die in the most painful way. I don't believe that I can't poison you to death. Poison sword. Kill him for me. With a roar, Du Juyi's poison turned into a long sword and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's body. The surrounding warriors all dodged, fearing that they would be contaminated by this terrifying poison. Since you like to use poison so much, I'll let you die from this poison today. Hell Hydra Beast Spirit Transformation. Ling Xiao's body had already entered the beast spirit transformation. Not only did the crazy poison not hurt him in the slightest, but it was also absorbed by the Hell Hydra. Break for me! A snake head poked out from behind Ling Xiao and bit the poison sword. Kacha! Kacha kacha! It was as if it was eating something delicious. The snake actually bit the poison sword into pieces and swallowed it. The 9 snake heads spat out their tongues behind Ling Xiao's back, terrifying and ferocious. Black poison mist filled the air. As long as it touched Du Jiuye's purple poison mist, it would be completely melted and absorbed. This kid. Once again, the strong cultivators in the judges' seats were stunned. This is his 3rd martial spirit, and he unexpectedly has such a terrifying poison resistance. I saw it too. This treasure must be taken. If he grows up, our Eternal Night Palace's status in Shui will greatly increase. We won't have to look at the other 11 palaces anymore. Another person said excitedly, yes, of the 12 palaces of Shui, the only one that people really know is our Eternal Night Palace. But in fact, there are 11 other palaces hidden in the dark. Our ambition is not only to become a great country, but also to become the 5th most powerful country in the Golden Sky region. But our Eternal Night Palace is really not doing well. With this kid, plus Shui Wushuang and Yileng Yan, the Eternal Night Palace will have hope to rise again. The strong cultivators now looked at Ling Xiao in a different way. Every one of them looked as if they had seen a piece of treasure, and there was no need to mention how envious they were. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what these strong cultivators were thinking. He looked at Du Jiuye coldly and slowly walked towards him. The 9 snake heads stretched out at the same time and threw themselves at Du Jiuye. He didn't want Du Jiuye to admit defeat. He wanted to kill Du Jiuye. And he wanted to kill Du Jiuye in the most terrifying way possible. The poison energy was released in the air, and even more people were trembling with fear. Should we take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lion Master Castle and Darkfrost? If you want to go, then go. I don't want to die. Ling Xiao simply has an immortal body. If he goes berserk, who can go against him? Chapter 3906. I don't want to die either. Even if I'm eliminated, I'll still have a chance in the future. There's no need to seek death here. Although some people suggested attacking Darkfrost and Lion Master Castle, most people rejected the idea. What kind of joke was this? After witnessing Ling Xiao's abilities, who would still dare to attack his friends? Not to mention the fact that he might not succeed. Even if he did succeed, what awaited him next was Ling Xiao's thunderous fury. Poison Jiuye's flower. Explode? Du Jiuye panicked. The martial soul behind his back suddenly flew towards his head. Then it exploded. It turned into terrifying flower petals and shot out in all directions. The entire arena was filled with purple flower petals, and they had completely covered Ling Xiao. If it was any other ordinary man, even if he was a perfect 5th heavenly core warrior, he would have been pierced by these flower petals and turned into a pool of pus before dying. But too bad, Du Jiuye's opponent was Ling Xiao. A rain of flower petals was actually just a description. Although the poison looked like a flower, it was actually more terrifying than a sword beam. But right now, it had really turned into a rain of flower petals. They softly fell onto Ling Xiao's body and merged into Ling Xiao's body, turning into Ling Xiao's energy. Right at this moment, Du Jiuye panicked. This was his most powerful attack, but when facing Ling Xiao, it had no effect at all. How could he not panic? Damn it! Why is this guy so terrifying? I thought his physical defense was strong, but his poison resistance wasn't that great. But I didn't expect his poison resistance to be so monstrous as well. He blocked my attack so easily. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Run? Although Du Jiuye didn't want to, he knew that his only way out was to jump off the arena. As long as he jumped off, Ling Xiao would attack him again, and the Shuiyu Empire would intervene. With a flicker of his body, he jumped up into the air. Ling Xiao, remember this, I'll never forgive you. Do you still have a future? You want to run away after injuring someone? Not so fast. 9 snakes, entangle him. 9 long snakes suddenly coiled around Du Jiuyi. In midair, Du Jiuye's limbs, head, and body were all entangled. He wanted to escape, but he no longer had the chance. Terrified, he looked at the approaching Ling Xiao and struggled with all his might, but it was useless. It was simply impossible to break free from the binding of these 9 poisonous snakes. I never thought that Du Jiuye's poison would fail one day. Ling Xiao is indeed too terrifying. He's not an existence that we can contend against. That's right. Fortunately, we didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, after he took care of Du Jiuyi, we would be next. On the arena, the remaining martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. If they were eliminated, then so be it. They had already accepted their fate. To be able to survive was already an extremely good thing. As long as I give them an order, you will be torn apart by Hydra. Think about that feeling. Isn't it fun? Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Du Jiuyi with cold eyes. He had said that he wanted Du Jiuyi to die in the most miserable way possible. He would never go back on his word. Du Jiuyi was panicking. He could feel that his body was being pulled tightly. As long as the 9 poisonous snakes exerted force, he would immediately be torn apart. His death would definitely not be pleasant to look at. Let me go, let me go, Du Jiuyi shouted crazily. At this time, he no longer had the arrogant look from before. Other than panic, there was only panic. It was only at this moment that he realized that he had provoked such a terrifying person. Why did he have to do this? Originally, he was bound to be one of the people who advanced. Now, not only did he not have to think about advancing, he had to die. If he was a devil among martial artists, then this time, Ling Xiao was a real devil. Ling Xiao, where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. There's no need to kill them. Long Jinshan frowned. He supported Du Jiuyi, so Du Jiuye's miserable state made him lose face. He hoped that at the very least, Du Jiuyi could survive. But Ling Xiao did not even look at him and completely ignored him. Long Jinshan was so angry that his teeth itched, but he did not dare to make a move. With the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed, even if it was him, he did not have the confidence to win. Since he had already advanced, there was no need to complicate matters. Princess Wushuang, save me, save me. Du Jiuyi shouted at Xue Wushuang. Xue Wushuang opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not say anything. Because she knew that even if she opened her mouth, it would be useless and she would probably be ignored. That would be too embarrassing. She did not want to lose face because of Du Jiuyi. No one can save you. Next, I will let you taste one of the cruelest punishments in the world. Hell Hydra's 1,000 snakes. Boom. Du Jiuyi was thrown heavily onto the stage. Then, countless poisonous snakes pounced on him, coiling around his body and started to bite his body. He was an expert in using poison and his poison resistance was not low, but the poison of these poisonous snakes was even more terrifying. Just one bite was enough to paralyze his entire body and make him unable to move. After that, he could only scream in pain. Below the stage, many of the spectators could not help but close their eyes. Too cruel, too terrifying. This Ling Xiao was a real demon. I beg you, let me go, let me go. I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Du Jiuyi begged desperately for mercy. But Ling Xiao's heart at this moment was like a block of ice, without the slightest bit of warmth. He just looked at Du Jiuyi coldly. Let you go? Everything that you have done is just reaping what you have sown. I did not even look you in the eye, but you wanted to kill me for no reason. If it was just elimination, then so be it, but you actually wanted to kill me. Since that is the case, I will let you taste the feeling of being tortured to death. Ling Xiao would not kill an innocent, but he would definitely not let anyone who tried to kill him off. I am not participating in this selection. On the stage, some of the martial artists were frightened by this cruel scene and turned to jump off the stage. In a moment, there were only a dozen people left on the stage, and one of them was the half-dead Du Jiuyi. This kid is vicious enough, but he did not kill indiscriminately. This shows that although he is angry, his mind is still clear. The strong martial artists praised. In fact, as a martial artist, they had seen many such miserable scenes, so it did not make them feel disgusted. Only those newbies would be scared to death. Yes, if he can raise his cultivation a little more, then his strength will become even more terrifying, and he will definitely become our Eternal Night Palace's #1. The person in charge of the assessment stroked his beard and laughed. On the stage, Du Juyi finally died after enduring the immense pain and torture. Ling Xiao took out his inner core, crushed it, and absorbed it. The next moment, he sat there cross-legged, but no one dared to approach him. After about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Chapter 3907. I've finally returned to the Divine Core realm. Although I'm only an early first-rank Divine Core warrior, this feeling is great. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and an excited look could be seen in his eyes. It was impossible for him not to feel sad when his cultivation had regressed. Now that he had finally returned to the Divine Core realm, this feeling was great. He didn't look at the others. Instead, he walked towards Xiaobao and asked, "How do you feel? Although I've helped you get rid of the poison just now, that Du Jui's poison is not something to be underestimated. Don't worry, my body is much stronger than you think. I'm fine now. Even if you didn't help me get rid of the poison, I'll still be fine. But I still have to thank you." Xiaobao wasn't boasting. This man wouldn't boast. What he said was the truth. His complexion had returned to normal, and the previous weak look was gone. "I should be the one thanking you." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You're still willing to help me in this situation. This proves that you're a friend worth befriending. Hee, you're making me feel embarrassed." Xiaobao scratched his head and let out a dry laugh. The chaos had ended. There were a total of 18 people left on the arena. Xue Wushuang didn't attack since the beginning, and no one attacked her. It wasn't only because of her status, it was also because of her strength. Long Jianshan and Yi Lengyan were the same. They were too lazy to attack. The Gu 3 devils had eliminated dozens of people. It seemed like they liked to fight. Although no one dared attack them, they still did it. Ling Xiao, Xiaobao, and Dark Frost stood together. None of these 9 men dared to attack them. There was no need to mention the 6 perfect 5th Divine Core warriors. Ling Xiao had even killed Du Jui, who dared to attack him and his friends. That was the same as courting death. Excluding these 9 men, there were still 9 men left. They needed to fight for the last spot. The remaining 9 men knew that only one of them could stay. Therefore, without needing anyone to say anything, they had already started fighting. The weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were respected. After a round of fighting, there were only 2 men left. However, both men had the same strength and intelligence. It was hard to tell who was the winner. At that moment, Long Jianshan spoke, "Everyone, how about this? Brother Liu and I are friends. Do me a favor and let him stay. As for the other one, scram." "I have no objections," Yi Lengyan said indifferently. This matter did not concern her. She only cared about her spot. "It doesn't matter to us." The Gu 3 devils also had no objections. In any case, the 3 of them had already obtained the quota. "I'll give Brother Long face." Xue Wushuang wasn't as unattainable as they thought. The reason why she acted pretentious in front of others was because she felt that those people were inferior to her. But facing Dragon Sword Mountain, she was very polite. "Did you hear that? You can scram now. Don't tell me you want me to do it myself." Long Jianshan looked at the warrior who was competing with his friend. "He doesn't need to leave. The one who should leave is your friend." At this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. Not only did he speak, but he also took action. An afterimage appeared under his feet, and with a single punch, he blasted the cultivator from Dragon Sword Mountain, Brother Liu, off the stage. Why? The one surnamed Liu didn't understand. He didn't offend Ling Xiao. "If he wants to keep you, I will eliminate you. He can only blame himself for being your friend." Ling Xiao directly pointed at Dragon Sword Mountain. Don't think that just because he ignored Dragon Sword Mountain, he didn't hear what Dragon Sword Mountain said. Although this fellow didn't attack him, he desperately hoped that he would be unlucky and mocked him. If he didn't make a move, how could this hatred be dispelled? Are you deliberately targeting me?" Dragon Sword Mountain was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. "That's right, I'm targeting you. How about it?" Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Sword Mountain with disdain and said, "You should feel lucky that you didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him be eliminated, but you would have died." Dragon Sword Mountain's face was extremely gloomy and was about to make a move. Suddenly, the person in charge of the assessment at the referee's table spoke. "The assessment is over. The 10 of you have become the last lucky ones to remain." As soon as he spoke, Dragon Sword Mountain immediately retracted his fighting intent. Making a move in front of this old man was simply courting death. However, Dragon Sword Mountain remembered this enmity and would definitely not let Ling Xiao off so easily. "Thank you, Brother Ling." The person who was lucky enough to stay because of Ling Xiao walked over and said, "My name is Yang Amo. I will definitely repay this kindness." "No need. I didn't do it for you. You don't have to worry about it." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "But since you've stayed, you should seize the opportunity." And Yang Amo nodded and also looked at the old man. The test this time was quite dramatic. Who would have thought that the last 10 out of 1,000 people would be eliminated by Ling Xiao? Even Du Jiuyi, who was thought to definitely stay, was killed by Ling Xiao. His physical body was eaten by the poisonous snake. His inner core was also crushed and absorbed by Ling Xiao. It was really tragic. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, became the biggest dark horse. The person with the lowest cultivation base was considered the strongest among the 10. Who could reason with this? If nothing unexpected happened, these 10 people would represent the eternal night palace of Shuiyu to go to the secret territory. Shui Wushuang, Dragon Sword Mountain, Yiling Yin, Gui Gu 3 Devils, Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, Yang Amo. The 10 of you, follow me. The Gui Gu 3 Devils didn't have their own names. Others called them. If they had to be separated, they were usually called Great Devil, Second Devil, and Third Devil. Therefore, the person in charge of the assessment directly called the 3 of them Gui Gu 3 Devils. After the old man finished speaking, he walked towards the imperial court in the depths of Shuiyu City. The 10 people followed. In fact, they all understood that passing the assessment was only the first step. Next, the great kingdom of Shuiyu would focus on training the 10 of them. Let them become even stronger. After that, they would also serve the great kingdom of Shuiyu and go to the secret territory to seize the treasure. As for betrayal, Ling Xiao didn't think about it. Because the great kingdom of Shuiyu would sooner or later be his territory. Would he betray his own country? If he hadn't entered the imperial court of Shuiyu, Ling Xiao wouldn't have believed that this so-called imperial court was actually just an empty shell. Its existence was only to conceal a mysterious teleportation door inside. Once you enter this portal, it means that you know the biggest secret of the great kingdom of Shuiyu. From then on, you can't leak this secret. Once this matter is leaked, the great kingdom of Shuiyu will not be easily forgiven. So here, you have another choice, and that is to leave early and never know what is behind the portal. The person in charge of the assessment said indifferently to the 10 people. Of course, these words were mainly said to the 9 people except Shui Wushuang. Shui Wushuang was originally a citizen of the great kingdom of Shuiyu, so she naturally knew what was behind the portal. No one left. They had already come this far. Who was willing to leave? Chapter 3908. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the portal, he immediately understood why the Shuiyu country wanted to keep this a secret. Behind the portal, it was a completely different world. The energy in the air was a few times denser than the outside world. The environment was 100 times better than the outside world. In the past, many people didn't understand why the Shuiyu country built their capital on top of a snowy mountain when there were so many good places. But now, Ling Xiao finally understood. It was because the world behind the portal was much larger than the Shuiyu country itself. It was a world that only the Shuiyu country had access to. Even the Western Kingdom didn't know about it. It was a world of green mountains and clear waters, and a celestial aura lingered around. All sorts of rare and exotic animals could be seen everywhere. It was a wonderful place. The moment you stepped into this place, you all belong to the Shuiyu country. I can share the secret of this place with you, but you must keep it a secret, although there might be some. Aluminum? Chui? Bah. Cover up. Keep it a secret. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Let's go. Let's keep going. After the old man finished speaking, he continued walking. They arrived at a strange pasture. All the animals here were rare and exotic animals, and the weakest among them were at least at the divine core realm. Some of them were about to transform into human form and had gained intelligence. Somewhere in the pasture, a wolf with snow-white fur was lying on its stomach, lazily looking at those rare and exotic animals. The old man threw his glance at the snow wolf, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he told the crowd to stand still and wait. The crowd was confused. There was no one in this pasture, so who was the old man telling them to wait for? Besides, with the old man's peak 6 divine core cultivation, why was he telling them to wait for someone else? Didn't that mean that person's strength was even more frightening than the old man's? No one dared to say anything. They all stood still and waited patiently. After a long while, the snow wolf lying on the ground suddenly turned around and stared at the 10 young men standing outside the pasture with its sharp eyes. Its frightening eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. The crowd felt as if a ferocious beast was charging towards them. The snow wolf didn't even move, but it was able to intimidate them, causing them to be terrified. Just its aura alone was so frightening. If it really attacked, wouldn't it be even more frightening? Early 7th Divine Core Realm? You're not as good as Gu Fenghua, but your evil aura and killing intent are much more terrifying than Gu Fenghua's. Ling Xiao sat there, completely ignoring the killing intent, and the only one who could completely ignore it was him. The other 9 people all stood up, desperately urging their true essence to resist, trying their best not to faint. Yang Emo was clearly the weakest of the 10. After a short while, he was already lying limp on the ground, panting heavily. However, this kid's tenacity was quite strong. He was about to lose consciousness, but he still clenched his teeth and held on. Hee, interesting. Suddenly, the killing intent completely disappeared. A white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a young man in white. Upon closer inspection, one could discover that the young man's body emitted the aura of the snow wolf. General Wolf, thank you for your trouble. These were the 9 newly selected rookies. They had an important mission, so they had to raise their strength in a short period of time. I'll have to trouble you to help them find a suitable mentor. The person in charge of the assessment said respectfully to the man in white. You're too polite. General Wolf nodded his head and casually glanced at the 9 people other than Xue Wushuang, saying, these 9 people are not bad. The weakest one has a strong will and is full of tenacity. As long as he perseveres, even if his aptitude is not good, he will be able to stand out. The one he was talking about was naturally Yang Emo. Thank you for your praise, General Wolf. Yang Mo's spirit was slightly better, but he still needed to rest, so he looked a little listless. General Wolf casually waved his hand and said, who will volunteer to be the first to participate in the test? Can I ask the general what the test is? Long Jianshan asked doubtfully. This test is related to your future. If you perform well, you will naturally be able to receive better guidance from a teacher. So just do your best. General Wolf looked fierce, but he was gentle. Well, speaking of being a person, it was still hard to say whether he was a person or not. All right, then I'll go first. Long Jianshan was a confident person, or rather, a proud person. He believed that he was the strongest among these people, and also the one with the highest talent. Therefore, he should be the first to take the test. Sure. The test method is very simple. Use your strongest power to attack me. General Wolf said indifferently. What if I hurt you? Long Jianshan could not help but ask. Hurt me? Hee, it's my bad luck if you hurt me, but with your strength, it's impossible. General Wolf said with a smile. That was true confidence and strength. Well, since General Wolf said so, I will respectfully accept. Long Jianshan unsheathed his treasure sword. The sword body shone with a sharp cold light, making people not dare to look directly at it. The sharp aura was indeed terrifying. Mortal rank Heavenly King weapon. Interesting, it seems that your background is not ordinary. Come on. Remember what I said, attack with all your strength, otherwise you will not be able to get an accurate test result. When the time comes, don't blame this general if you suffer a loss. General Wolf saw the grade of the weapon used by Long Jianshan at a glance. Although there were more mortal rank Heavenly King weapons in Shueyu country than in Zifu country, they were still very rare. Sorry for the offense. Long Jianshan naturally would not hold back. He wanted to show his best side. He wanted to let everyone know that he was the strongest among them. Buzz. As he spoke, he had already begun to activate his true essence. On the golden sword body, there was actually the aura of a dragon. At the same time, a sword soul with an ancient design appeared behind him. Dragon Sword Spirit. And it's a 20% innate dragon sword spirit. Not bad. Although Ling Xiao hated Long Jianshan, he had to admit that Long Jianshan was indeed a powerful person. Unfortunately, his mouth was too rotten and he was too arrogant. Ong, a dragon roar sounded. The dragon sword spirit behind him actually fused with the golden sword in his hand. It caused the long sword to erupt with an even more resplendent light. It was so bright that everyone's eyes could not see clearly. Dragon sword spirit, flying dragon drinking water. The energy of the sword had reached its peak, and Long Jianshan suddenly stabbed out. Golden light flashed. A golden dragon flew out from the long sword and pounced on General Wolf. The sword chi was vigorous. The sword chi was domineering. Long Jianshan was worthy of his reputation. He could be considered a young genius of Shueyu country. If he did not offend Ling Xiao, perhaps his path would be even brighter. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be out of luck. Interesting. General Wolf smiled slightly. Facing the violent and domineering sword chi, he did not have the slightest intention to care. He just gently waved his hand and let the sword chi pierce his palm. Chapter 3909. After that, a strange light emerged from General Wolf's body, and countless runes emerged on his body. Seeing this, Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. This General Wolf was a bit special. It was as if when someone's attack hit him, he could analyze the opponent's talent and true strength through the attack, just like his Tai Chi Eye. However, it wasn't as useful as his Tai Chi Eye. It could be considered a low-level ability. As expected of General Wolf, he's really strong. The rest of the people were secretly praising. Although they were both divine core warriors, one was at the golden core realm, while the other was at the earth core realm. They couldn't be compared at all. The gap was too big. This young man is an expert in the Tao of the sword. He's brave and fierce, but not flexible enough. However, his talent is not bad. Lieutenant General Bajian is the most suitable person to be his instructor. General Wolf looked at the old man and said, "Understood." The old man nodded his head. He had already remembered what General Wolf said. Bajian was the Lieutenant General of Shueyu, but his cultivation had surpassed the Lieutenant General of the Purple Kingdom. He was a peak 6 divine core warrior. As for the Purple Kingdom's Lieutenant General, he was only an early 6th divine core warrior. "I'll go next." Yilingyan stood up and said, "And?" General Wolf nodded his head and asked Long Jianshan to return to his seat. Long Jianshan felt a bit depressed. Perhaps he was depressed because he didn't get General Wolf's appreciation. Everyone here actually wanted to be instructed by the Wolf General, because General Wolf's strength was much stronger than the Lieutenant General's. He definitely had the strength of a Lieutenant General, but too bad, there was only one chance. If he missed it, he wouldn't have another chance. Yilingyan walked out and stood in front of General Wolf. "Senior, please excuse me." She was polite, and her voice was pleasant to the ears. However, a faint killing intent could be sensed within her voice. "Come." General Wolf nodded his head. Golden Feather Swallow Beast Soul Transformation. Yilingyan knew that this test was related to her future, so she didn't dare hide anything. She immediately transformed into her Beast Soul. Beast God Martial Soul, Mid-Divine Realm, very rare, and it has some similarities with me. Come on, let this general try your Beast Soul's attack after transforming. General Wolf seemed to really like Yilingyan, a beast god. Yilingyan nodded and suddenly disappeared from where she stood. Then he flew around General Wolf at an extremely fast speed. His speed also became faster and faster. In the end, he was almost unable to see him anymore. At that moment, she finally made her move. Flying Swallow Peck. The name did not sound very domineering, but the power of this attack was much greater than that of Dragon Sword Mountain. In that instant, the space seemed to have been pierced apart. A sharp dagger was placed directly on the wolf general's neck. It was cold and sinister. This was the action of an assassin. What an interesting girl. The wolf general only smiled and stretched out his hand to grab Yilongyan's dagger. A bloodstain appeared on his palm. Although it was very light, almost no blood could be seen. However, this attack was indeed much stronger than Dragon Sword Mountain's. Congratulations. To be able to rupture my capillaries, you must be a little stronger than that kid. The beast god martial artist was indeed not a boast. It is indeed powerful. General Wolf's evaluation of Yilongyan was also much higher than that of Dragon Sword Mountain. This made Long Jinshan feel very uncomfortable. But General Wolf didn't care whether he felt comfortable or not. In the Shuiyu country, there is an organization that specializes in researching how to kill people. They are called the Blood Dragon Guards. The commander of the Blood Dragon Guards is my good friend. He is an early 7th Divine Core Warrior, and he is on the same level as me. His name is Shuelong. Let him be your instructor. Shuelong. The old man looked at General Wolf with a surprised expression. This was the first time General Wolf had such a high evaluation of a young man. Even Xue Wushuang might not be able to get such an evaluation. Indeed, Yilongyan was very strong. Dragon Sword Mountain's expression was extremely gloomy. His instructor was only a peak 6th Divine Core Warrior. He was not much stronger than him, but Yilongyan's instructor was an early 7th Divine Core Warrior. Wasn't this difference a little too big? It was hard for him to accept. Luckily, the Ghost Valley 3 Devils results were not as good as his, and their instructor was only a late 6th Divine Core Warrior. Yang Mo's results were even worse, and he was only a peak 4th Divine Core Warrior. Therefore, his instructor was only a peak 5th Divine Core Warrior. But Yang Mo was very satisfied with this. As long as his instructor was stronger than him, it was fine. Brother Ling, I'll go first. Lion Xiaobao finally couldn't hold it in any longer and stood up. After all, there was only him, Ling Xiao, and Dark Frost left. At this moment, of course, he had to volunteer himself. Hee, I haven't fought with a 7th Divine Core Warrior yet. Here's my chance. Lion Xiaobao walked in front of General Wolf and said with a smile, Buddy, it seems like you have the same strength as me, but whether you know how to use it or not depends on your ability. General Wolf said with a smile, You're really strong. You can actually tell. If I want to be your disciple, what level should I reach before you're satisfied? Lion Xiaobao asked. Stop fooling around, buddy. You're only a peak 4th Divine Core Warrior. What makes you think General Wolf can be your instructor? Dragon Sword Mountain couldn't help but ask. It's none of your business, I didn't ask you. Lion Xiaobao didn't want to give face to Dragon Sword Mountain. General Wolf laughed. I won't teach anyone easily, but I do think I'm suitable to be your instructor. But you have to make me think you're qualified. At least, you have to make me take half a step back. This is too difficult. Dark Frost clicked her tongue and said. His opponent was an early 7th Divine Core Warrior, and with Lion Xiaobao's cultivation, it was too difficult to make him take half a step back. The others had the same thought, but Lion Xiaobao didn't seem to think so. He believed he could do it. General Wolf, can I have a word with him? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Not too long. I don't have much time to waste here. General Wolf gazed at Ling Xiao and said. Among the 9 kids, the one he couldn't see through the most was Ling Xiao. He had never seen a young man who could remain unmoved under his killing intent. Even those who were at the same level as him couldn't do it. Therefore, he was willing to make things easier for Ling Xiao. Thank you, General Wolf. Ling Xiao walked up to Lion Xiaobao and whispered into his ear. He also thought it would be too difficult for Lion Xiaobao to make General Wolf take a step back. After all, the gap between their cultivation levels was too big. But his Tai Chi Eye had captured Lion Xiaobao's weakness. As long as he told Lion Xiaobao about it, he would have a higher chance of success. Is what Brother Ling said true? Lion Xiaobao asked. Of course, if you trust me, just do as I say. I guarantee you'll be able to meet his requirements. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. All right, I trust your words. Chapter 39:10. General Wolf, be careful. Although I don't know if the next attack will hurt you, but I hope you don't underestimate it. Otherwise, I have no enmity with you. If I hurt your master, he will scold me." Lion Master Bao looked at Wolf General and said seriously, "Let's see if you can find a way to defeat him. Ha 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 ha, you little guy are interesting. Well, I won't underestimate you. But to be honest, I really want to see how you will hurt me." General Wolf laughed heartily. Although his words were the same as Dragon Sword Mountain's, they were somewhat arrogant. But Dragon Sword Mountain was arrogant. Lion Master Bao was really worried about General Wolf. The two had completely different attitudes, so General Wolf naturally liked Lion Master Bao more. "Then are you ready? I'm coming." Lion Master Bao suddenly activated the true essence in his body. On the surface of his body, the image of a ferocious lion appeared. This lion was completely condensed from true essence. It was filled with the aura of a proud king. It's actually a 9-spirit Yuan lion. You have the blood of the beast race in your body. General Wolf originally thought that Lion Master Bao was also a beast god martial artist or a beast warrior, but now it seemed that he wasn't. Lion Master Bao had the bloodline of the 9-spirit Yuan lion, so he should have half the bloodline of the beast race. It was a combination of humans and beast men. No wonder he's so weird. So he's a bastard. Dragon Sword Mountain mocked. As the saying goes, hate a house, hate its crow. Dragon Sword Mountain didn't like Ling Xiao, so he naturally hated Lion Master Bao, who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Sword Mountain coldly. In his cold eyes, a killing intent that was even more terrifying than General Wolf's suddenly appeared. In that instant, Dragon Sword Mountain jumped up and took a few steps back. "What do you want?" he asked in horror. "What do I want? I just want to tell you, if you can't control your mouth, I'll tear him apart." As Ling Xiao's cold voice fell, his killing intent also disappeared. However, Dragon Sword Mountain was still sweating profusely, but it was all cold sweat. He was scared out of his wits. Just now, he really thought that he was about to die. General Wolf also looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. What a powerful kid. His murderous aura was even stronger than his. No wonder he could remain unmoved under his murderous aura. "General Lang, be careful. Don't look around." A ferocious lion's roar suddenly rang out in the void. A golden energy was released from Liu Xiaobao's body. Although it was very little, it was enough to increase the quality of his Zhen Yuan. The illusory lion that enveloped his body gradually became real. The pressure it brought to everyone also became more and more terrifying. What a domineering ability. This golden energy should be the great desolation force that he mentioned. With this strength, his explosive strength could even surpass that of a perfect 5th divine core warrior. Terrifying. Everyone was a little surprised. Initially, Jiang Chun thought Lion Xiaobao was only a peak 4th divine core warrior, and he was at most slightly stronger than Yang Amo. But from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. In terms of explosive strength, Liu Xiaobao was no weaker than 6 perfect divine core warriors. He was even stronger than any of the Ghost Valley 3 devils. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled. When he first met Liu Xiaobao, he had a feeling that this man wasn't an ordinary man. Now, it seemed like he was right. The potential in this guy's body hadn't been fully developed yet. Jiang Chun believed that once he joined the Great Shuiyu, his true potential would begin. Bang! Right at this moment, Liu Xiaobao unleashed his martial soul. It was a pure earth element energy. This energy merged with the gigantic lion's body. The lion's strength had once again increased. The bloodline of the 9 spirits lion and the earth element martial soul, this guy's potential is limitless. No matter if it was General Lang or the old man, both of them were praising Liu Xiaobao's strength. Previously, because Ling Xiao was too outstanding, he had overshadowed Liu Xiaobao's brilliance. But now, it seemed like Liu Xiaobao's talent wasn't any weaker than Ling Xiao's. Of course, this was only their opinion. If they knew about Ling Xiao's true potential, if they knew that Ling Xiao had once killed a perfect 8th divine core warrior when he was only at the 6th divine core realm, they probably wouldn't have thought so. Liu Xiaobao's talent was indeed incredible. He was one of the best in the entire Golden Sky region. Too bad, he didn't receive any systematic training, which was why he couldn't achieve what he expected. But compared to Ling Xiao, he was still too weak. Nine Spirits Lion Fist. Roar. A terrifying roar suddenly sounded out. Liu Xiaobao and the ferocious Nine Spirits Lion pounced towards General Lang. It was like a majestic lion that came from the ancient times. It was majestic and domineering. The Nine Spirits Lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely ferocious. Its scarlet eyes made it look like a ferocious beast. Good timing. General Lang didn't underestimate his opponent. This time, he didn't just stand there calmly. He took the initiative and stretched out both of his hands. When he faced those warriors in the previous test, he fought them with only one hand. But now, he used both of his hands. But he still didn't use any martial skills. He only used his palms. They were as white as snow. But on his body, the shadow of a snow wolf appeared. It was probably because the Nine Spirits Lion bloodline had stimulated the snow wolf bloodline in his body. Roar. It was unknown whether it was the Nine Spirits Lion's roar or Liu Xiaobao's roar. Anyway, after this terrifying roar, the Nine Spirits Lion had already hit General Lang's hands. General Lang frowned slightly, because at the moment of contact, the skin on his hands was scraped. Even his nails were cracked. This power had already surpassed Yi Lengyan's attack. Interesting, but you can't become my disciple with this. General Lang smiled slightly. He still didn't take half a step back. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Looks like Brother Ling was right. Sorry, General Lang, I have to use some skills. If he fought with force, he definitely wouldn't be able to beat General Lang. So, Liu Xiaobao prepared to do as Ling Xiao suggested. The huge lion tail suddenly swung out and blasted towards a certain part of General Lang's body. At that moment, General Lang's face suddenly changed. He didn't take it head-on, but retreated. Although it was only half a step, it was indeed retreating. And at this time, the Nine Spirits Lion's attack had also been shattered by him. Hee, General Lang, I did it. Liu Xiaobao chuckled, revealing the smile of a victor. How did you know I was injured in that place? General Lang frowned and asked. Master said that I can't betray my friends. Liu Xiaobao said honestly. Ling Xiao covered his face with his hand and smiled helplessly. You silly kid. Isn't that the same as directly exposing me? I see. General Lang turned his head and looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a meaningful smile. Oh no, this guy won't trip me up, right? If we really fight, I'm definitely not his opponent now. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly. Liu Xiaobao, this silly kid. Chapter 39:11. All right, I'll accept you as my disciple, but it's only temporary. With your talent, you'll soon surpass me. General Lang's evaluation of Lion Master Bao was very high. Thank you, General Lang. Lion Master Bao walked back excitedly. On the other hand, Long Jianshan showed a jealous expression. It was fine if Yi Lengyan's teacher was better than his. But what did Lion Master Bao have? This made him feel depressed. Big bro Ling Xiao, I'll go take the test now. Dark Frost stood up and walked towards General Lang. General Lang shook his head and said, You don't have to take the test. You're a soul warrior, and my soul strength is nothing special. The test won't give you any results. The Soul King concubine is from the Soul Clan, and she's an expert in teaching soul warriors. You can go and ask the Soul King concubine for guidance. The Soul King concubine is a peak 7th divine core warrior. You better cherish her. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. No one expected this little girl, Dark Frost, to be able to find such a great teacher without taking any tests. But no one could refute this, because among the 9 people, only Dark Frost was a soul warrior. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception, and he wasn't included in this list. Congratulations, Dark Frost. With a smile on his face, Ling Xiao stood up and said, I believe Big Bro Ling Xiao's teacher will be better than mine. Dark Frost said with a smile, Let them see Big Bro's true ability. Ling Xiao's true ability? Jiang Chuan shook his head. That was impossible. Even if choosing a teacher would affect his future cultivation, he wouldn't easily reveal his martial soul of Tyrant. After all, his cultivation wasn't high enough yet, and he would be in big trouble if he really met someone with evil intentions. You're the only one among these people that I can't see through. But As for what kind of teacher you'll get, it'll depend on your test results. General Lang really valued Ling Xiao, because Ling Xiao gave him a mysterious feeling. Being able to see through his weakness with just a glance, this was not an easy feat, I know. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior, be careful. My attack might be even more terrifying than the Lion Master Castle. Oh, all the more reason for me to take a look, General Wolf said indifferently, but you won't attack where I'm injured, right? Of course not. The reason why Leo Master attacked that place was because he wanted to become your disciple. The conditions you gave were too harsh, so I had no choice but to do so. As for me, there's no need. Ling Zhao's expression remained indifferent, as if everything was under his control. Come on then. Use your strongest attack to attack me. The wolf general nodded. Yes. The moment Ling Zhao's voice fell, his aura suddenly changed. Originally, he was just like an ordinary person who posed no threat at all. He only gave off a mysterious vibe. At that moment, that terrifying aura was released. Even the wolf general's brows furrowed. Terrifying. Like a flood breaking through a dam, the calm surface of the river suddenly became turbulent. Everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation. That was Ling Zhao's strongest beast soul transformation. In order to get better guidance from a great teacher, he had to unleash his strength as much as possible. Other than the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and Bloody Devil Rat, he would try his best to unleash his strongest attack. Therefore, he also took out the Blood Supreme Sword. When the Blood Supreme Sword was unsheathed, a terrifying bloodthirsty aura instantly bloomed. The entire space became extremely eerie and terrifying. At that moment, Ling Xiao was more like a bloodthirsty beast, causing people to tremble. Even the demonic beasts in the ranch became fearful and uneasy. Spiritual Heavenly King Weapon. You actually have such a terrifying weapon. It seems that your origin is indeed not simple. General Wolf looked at the weapon in surprise. Even he was full of desire for a weapon of this level. Ah, I took the wrong sword. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He only wanted to attack with all his strength, but in the end, he subconsciously took out the Blood Supreme Sword. Just pretend that you didn't see it. As he spoke, he put away the Blood Supreme Sword and took out the other two swords. One was the Ice Supreme Sword, and the other was the Heavenly King Sword. They were both immortal-grade Emperor weapons. They were much worse than the Blood Supreme Sword. Are you looking down on me? General Wolf's face instantly darkened. Changing a spiritual Heavenly King weapon to an immortal-grade Emperor weapon, it was obvious that he was looking down on him. Senior, you've misunderstood. With my strength, I still can't use that sword just now. The power that I can unleash is not as strong as these two swords. Ling Xiao explained. That seems to make sense. Forget it. I'll believe you for now. Come, let me see how strong you are. General Wolf stopped letting his imagination run wild. Instead, he became alert. The feeling that Ling Xiao gave him was as terrifying as an opponent of similar strength. Therefore, he must not underestimate his opponent. Innate Divine Demon Sword Soul. The Sword Soul bloomed. The martial soul that was intertwined with light and shadow revealed the different power of a god and a demon. Innate 30% Sword Soul is even more terrifying than Long Yi, who only focused on sword arts. And your Sword Soul is a little special. General Wolf was surprised again. Actually, the old man was even more surprised. He thought that Ling Xiao only had a beast soul, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao actually had an innate divine demon sword soul. It was really too surprising. The moment the innate sword soul was released, a terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc in the void. Howl, roar. Everyone felt a strong sense of danger, including the old man and General Wolf. Ice Supreme Sword Art. Heavenly King's sky-dominating sword art. When the sword chi condensed to the limit, Ling Xiao finally rushed out. You're strong, but if you want to rely on such an attack to repel me? No way. Your attack is not even as good as Dragon Sword Mountain. General Wolf mocked impolitely. However, Ling Xiao only smiled slightly. He did not treat this battle as a test. Instead, he treated it as a real battle. If it was an assessment, he had to show mercy. That way, it would be impossible to unleash his true strength. But if it was a battle, it was different. General, it's better to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Ling Xiao kindly reminded. After all, General Wolf had no enmity with him, and he didn't want to kill him. If General Wolf thought that his attack was the same as the others, he would only use ordinary attacks to block it. Then, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. General Wolf frowned, but he didn't dare to be careless. Although he mocked Ling Xiao, he didn't underestimate him. The feeling that Ling Xiao gave him was too dangerous. Clang! The two swords stabbed General Wolf's hands, but they didn't move an inch. Just as Dragon Sword Mountain was about to mock Ling Xiao, the two swords suddenly disappeared. Ling Xiao's hands imprinted on General Wolf's palms. Wrath of the Black Soul. The Wrath of the Black Soul came from the Yin-Yang Universal Light Tiger's special skill. It could ignore the opponent's defense. Ling Xiao's dual sword attack was just a pretense. The real attack was it. Roar. The roaring tiger erupted with terrifying power. Chapter 39:12. General Lang hastily circulated his true yuan to defend himself. But it was too late. After all, even if he had taken Ling Xiao seriously, he wouldn't have been able to fight him with his true strength. He had only used 10% of his true yuan. Now that he had hastily circulated his true yuan, he had only used 30% of his true yuan. As a result, his body was sent flying backwards and crashed into the fence of the ranch, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The scene had stunned everyone. This was the first time General Lang had suffered such a serious injury. Furthermore, he had been severely injured by an early first-rank Divine Core warrior. This was simply abnormal. Good boy, I've underestimated you. That attack just now actually ignored my defense. Even I suffered a great loss. General Lang stood up from the ground and wiped the blood off his mouth. He didn't look angry at all. On the contrary, he looked happy. Senior, take this. It's a healing pill I concocted myself. Ling Xiao took out a healing pill and gave it to General Lang. He even said he had concocted it himself. He wanted the Shuiyu country to take him seriously, to give him enough trust and resources. That way, he could become stronger. In this way, when he goes to the Western Kingdom, he can occupy a higher starting point. No need, keep your healing pill for yourself. The Shuiyu country doesn't lack it. General Lang waved his hand and said, "Take a look at it first." Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. "Don't tell me your healing pill is better than the one from the Shuiyu country?" General Lang took the healing pill from Ling Xiao, then his eyes lit up. Good boy. Even a 7th-rank Divine Core warrior would be able to recover in a short period of time after consuming this healing pill. Also, it has a bright color, and I can sense a strange energy contained within it. This should be a perfect healing pill. Did you really concoct it? This is many times better than the healing pill from the Shuiyu country. Excited, he swallowed the healing pill in one gulp. After a short moment, all his injuries were gone. Since his injuries weren't serious, his recovery speed was extremely fast. Aya, this is a headache. You're an expert in sword skills, a beast god warrior, and a master of poison. You're also an expert in alchemy. In Shuiyu, we don't have any strong cultivators who can do that. General Wolf frowned, appearing to be in a difficult position. General Lang, I'm only looking for a mentor to pursue the path of martial arts. Concocting pills and using poisons are just supplementary skills. There's no need to be deliberate. Ling Xiao said. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, General Wolf fell into deep thought. The old man in charge of the assessment was grinning from ear to ear. He originally thought highly of Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect this kid to be so capable. Even the Wolf General was injured by him. They should definitely focus on nurturing him. Shui Wushuang's expression was also very complicated. His eyes flickered. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. No wonder this person was so arrogant and unbridled. He was indeed confident. Compared to him, she was far inferior. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush for her previous arrogance. It was good that she could still feel ashamed. Dragon Sword Mountain was different. At this moment, he only felt jealousy. Among the 9 people, he was only a little better than the Ghost Valley 3 Devils. The Ghost Valley 3 Devils usually worked together, even if one of them was not as good as him. The three of them combined were still stronger than him. The rest, whether it was Yi Lengyan, Lion Master Fort, or Dark Frost, all of them had gotten better mentors than him. Even Ling Xiao, who had the lowest cultivation, had received such a high evaluation from General Wolf. He had even injured General Wolf. This time, the mentor he got would definitely be better than him. Damn it, I offended him before. He will definitely target me. Dragon Sword Mountain was both jealous and worried. In fact, he was really thinking too much. In Ling Xiao's eyes, he was not worth mentioning at all. Why would Ling Xiao care about him? General Wolf, have you thought about it? The person in charge of the assessment waited for a long time before asking. Now that the rest of the geniuses had their own mentors, only Ling Xiao had not given a conclusion. This is more difficult. How about this? You give him to me first. I will take him to see the master. Master's knowledge is much higher than mine. He may be able to point out a clear path for this kid. General Wolf thought for a moment. Hearing this, the old man could not help but be shocked. He did not expect General Wolf to have such a high evaluation of Ling Xiao. One had to know that General Wolf's master had been in seclusion for many years, although he still lived in the Eternal Night Palace. But he did not manage the secular affairs. He had never been a mentor. General Wolf would not bring these people to trouble his master. But this time, General Wolf had made an exception. It's no problem to give it to you, but that person's eyes are high. I'm afraid he won't easily accept a disciple. Can this kid do it? The old man asked. Whether he can or not, it depends on his own fate. General Wolf laughed. Well, in that case, I'll leave it to you. The others, follow me to see your mentors. The old man nodded his head. If Ling Xiao could really obtain the recognition of that person, then his status in the Shuiyu country would definitely rise. Although that person had been living in seclusion in the Eternal Night Palace, he was still one of the strongest warriors in the 12 palaces of the Shuiyu country. Big bro Ling Xiao, I'll take my leave now. Do your best. Ling Xiao nodded his head and watched them leave. Soon, there were only 3 men left outside the ranch. General Wolf, Ling Xiao, and Lion Master Bao. Lion Master Bao was General Wolf's disciple, so of course he had to follow General Wolf in his cultivation. Buddy, you stay here and help me guard these rare animals. I'll bring him to see someone. We'll be back soon. General Wolf said to Lion Master Bao, then he left with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded his head and followed General Wolf. They were heading towards the deepest part of the Eternal Night Palace. The deeper they went, the quieter the environment became. The energy here was also more abundant. From time to time, they could even see some terrifying demon beasts at the 5th or 6th level of the Divine Core realm. But, with General Wolf here, these demon beasts didn't dare do anything. Soon, Ling Xiao saw a cave in the deepest part of the lush forest. Outside the cave, a huge tiger was lying on the ground. The tiger was 6 meters tall and 8 meters long. Its huge body was lying on the ground lazily. When it suddenly heard someone approaching, it immediately stood up and looked into the distance with an alert expression. When it realized it was General Wolf, it laid down again, as if nothing had happened. Late 7th Divine Core Realm? Ling Xiao was shocked. This ferocious tiger was a terrifying late 7th Divine Core Demon Beast. Even without releasing any aura, it could still frighten anyone. Its ferocious aura was almost stronger than Gu Feng was. Gu Fenghua's cultivation was stronger than this tiger's, and their auras were on par with each other. This proved how frightening this tiger was. Big brother. When they got closer, General Wolf suddenly cupped his fist towards the tiger and said. The tiger lazily glanced at General Wolf and said, "What are you doing here? You even brought a human kid with you." Chapter 39:13. Big brother, you must be joking. This child's talent is extraordinary. I think he might be the good disciple that Master has been looking for. That's why I brought him here. General Wolf said respectfully. Extraordinary talent? With your little tricks, what can you test? Fierce Tiger said disdainfully, Oh right, what's his score? Out of 10, I give him a score of 20. General Wolf replied, You didn't drink wine and got a perfect score of 10. How did he get 20? Fierce Tiger laughed. I'm not confused. because his performance is much better than a perfect score. General Wolf replied, "Oh, I'm a little interested." Fierce Tiger also suddenly transformed into a human form. He was a muscular man. His height reached 4 or 5 meters. He could be considered a small giant. "Kid, Master is in seclusion. If you can move him, he will come out. So, come on, do what you did to Wolf Cub, and do it to me again. Don't hold back." The brawny man looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, this is my big brother, General Tiger. He's much stronger than me. There's no need to hold back." General Wolf glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Yes, sir." Ling Xiao used the same trick again. Under the transformation state of the infinite heavenly rat beast soul, he suddenly attacked. But when the wrath of the black soul was released, it did not cause any harm to General Tiger. However, Ling Xiao had already predicted this. General Tiger was stronger than General Wolf. Moreover, General Tiger had a kind of supernatural power that he had analyzed through his Tai Chi eye. That was the wrath of the black soul that was targeted at him. This supernatural power could ignore any vital essence attack and directly weaken the power by half. To put it simply, it was to reduce the damage of attacks that used vital essence by half. Originally, Ling Xiao's attack could not threaten General Tiger. Adding this supernatural power, it was even more difficult. Therefore, Ling Xiao added a direct attack on the soul after these attacks. Soul assassination. Although the level of this secret technique was not high, but General Tiger's soul was not as strong as General Wolf's. The secret technique of the soul was his weakness. Ling Xiao launched another sneak attack. General Hu's face instantly turned pale. There was even a momentary confusion in his eyes. "Good boy. I didn't expect you to know a secret soul technique, and your soul force is so terrifying." In the end, General Tiger was still General Tiger. Although his soul was his weakness, this was only relative to martial artists of the same level. Low-level martial artists naturally had weaker soul force than him. Therefore, he recovered in a very short period of time. No wonder they were raised by the same master. Their personalities were both so straightforward. He was not angry at Ling Xiao for injuring him. "Master, this kid is indeed a genius." General Hu changed back to his original form and shouted at the cave behind him. "Got it." An amiable voice came from inside. It didn't sound imposing at all, but it sounded very amiable. A moment later, a figure appeared. It was a young-looking man. However, his actual age should be over 100 years old. This was obvious just by looking at his soul. Appearances could be changed, but the age of one's soul could not be changed. This was why many people knew that Ling Xiao was indeed very young, and not an old monster who had become younger. Of course, not everyone could tell. It required a certain amount of soul force to observe the age of one's soul. This was not easy. "I am the Snow Moon Beast Master. I am also a beast god martial artist and a high-level one. However, that's all. I can help you improve in this area. However, I can't help you with your sword techniques. Are you still willing to be my disciple?" The old man asked with a smile. Yes. Ling Xiao knew very well that it was very difficult to find someone who was as good at all kinds of abilities as he was. In fact, he would be satisfied as long as there was someone who was good at one aspect. "Good. In that case, I will give you your first lesson today." The Snow Moon Beast Master smiled. Suddenly, he covered the sky with one hand and trapped Ling Xiao in a small world. This space was very small. It was only about 50 square meters. There was nothing in it other than Ling Xiao. However, there was a terrifying, ferocious beast battle intent. Inside, Ling Xiao could feel countless ferocious beasts pouncing on him. They wanted to kill him. "If you can't hold on, you can tell me directly. I will only give you a hint, the law of the jungle." After saying this, the old man returned to the cave. General Wolf also left. General Tiger was still lying there, staring at the small world where Ling Xiao was trapped. "Little guy, you have to work hard. This is the first time I have seen my master accept a disciple. Although this training is very dangerous, it is also a great opportunity for you." General Tiger muttered to himself. He didn't know if Ling Xiao could hear him. Ling Xiao couldn't hear him. After all, they were separated by a small space. At this moment, Ling Xiao was thinking about the Beast Master's meaning. The law of the jungle. Wasn't it the law of the jungle? It was more cruel and direct than the world of martial artists. In other words, as long as he could be stronger than these ferocious beasts, he could pass this training. It wasn't difficult to understand this principle. What was difficult was the next thing. Even if you knew the law of the jungle, could you really be more ferocious than the ferocious beasts? Others couldn't, but Ling Xiao could. On the contrary, he liked this kind of training very much. Beast god martial artists, in the end, had to unleash the power of the beast god's beast soul to the greatest extent. And the beast god was also a beast. Since it was a beast, it had to have a ferocious nature. It was estimated that the beast master's training was to improve his bestial nature. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao revealed a sneer. He directly released the 10 types of beast souls he had and turned them into 10 ferocious beasts. They fought against those ferocious beasts. The ferociousness of the ferocious beasts was really extraordinary. At the beginning, Ling Xiao's beast souls were suppressed. This also caused him to be constantly injured. His soul was already injured, and now it was even more troublesome. For a period of time, he really thought of giving up. But when he thought of his great ambition, when he thought of so many people waiting for him, when he thought of the many people who sacrificed for him, he gritted his teeth and endured. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed quickly, and Ling Xiao in the small world gradually adapted to the ferociousness of the ferocious beasts. His ferociousness was gradually aroused. Ferociousness wasn't just a simple killing intent. It was a feeling of treating the opponent as prey, as moving food. It was more terrifying than killing intent. Killing intent only made people feel the fear of death. Ferociousness, on the other hand, made the opponent feel the fear of being killed, bitten, and eaten. Obviously, it was more intense. On the 5th day, suddenly, a sword light broke through the clouds and pierced the barrier between the small world and the real world. Ling Xiao walked out from inside. Although his clothes were tattered, his eyes revealed an even more terrifying ferociousness. Chapter 39:14. I broke through. My cultivation has skyrocketed to the peak, first heavenly core realm. My demon god sword soul, which has been stagnant for a long time, has also broken through to the Xiantian realm. Ling Xiao looked at his body in disbelief. He had done most of his cultivation all these years by himself, even though there was a Yuan Venerate around. However, the Yuan Venerate could only guide him in alchemy and formations. The Yuan Venerate's cultivation method was completely different from his. Therefore, he couldn't guide him at all. After all, a Yuan Venerate was a supreme existence in the immortal court, a true immortal. He was just a cultivator at the lowest level. He had a few masters in the past, but those who could guide him were few and far between. However, the Beast Lord was different. He was also a beast god martial artist, so naturally, he could give him some pointers and training to improve his cultivation. He could clearly feel that his combat strength had taken a qualitative leap after transforming, especially the aura that suppressed his enemies. Even demonic beasts would tremble in fear, let alone humans. What he didn't know was that the moment he broke through the small world, the sword aura that soared into the sky and the ferocious aura intertwined, shocking the entire Shueyu secret realm. Countless people in the secret realm suddenly looked up at the sky. They looked in that direction. A sword aura could actually tear apart a plane barrier. This was really inconceivable. Another king of the sword has appeared in Shueyu? People couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. The kings of Shueyu usually had the word Lord in their title. Basically, they were all unique. For example, the Beast Lord, the Sword Lord, the Demon Lord, etc. Their status was very high, second only to the king of Shueyu. They were very powerful, second only to the king of Shueyu, and some were even more terrifying than the king of Shueyu. That direction was the demonic beast forest where the Beast Lord lived. Therefore, they thought that the aura of the ferocious beast came from the Beast Lord. However, there was another aura that was on par with this one. Wasn't it an expert on the same level as the Sword Lord? However, it was different from the other Sword Lord of Shueyu. It could only be the new Sword Lord. However, this guess couldn't be confirmed. The demonic beast forest was a terrifying place. The Beast Lord had been in seclusion for many years, and even the king didn't dare to disturb him. Only beasts raised by the Beast Lord had the qualifications to see him. That momentary fanghua only lasted for a moment. Therefore, even though they were still unsatisfied, they continued to do their own things. They didn't know the violent sword chi and the ferocious beast might. No sword master or beast master was released. It was just Ling Xiao, an 18-year-old young man. General Hu, why are you standing so far away? Ling Xiao looked at General Hu curiously. At this moment, General Hu looked at him warily, as if he was facing a great enemy. Furthermore, the distance between them had increased significantly. This confused him. Are you Ling Xiao? General Hu asked tentatively. I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't understand. What was wrong with General Hu? He didn't even recognize him. Fortunately, you weren't devoured by that ferocity. According to Master, there were also people who immersed themselves in this kind of cultivation in the past. However, they had also become mindless, ferocious beasts. They're even worse than us monsters. They only know how to blindly kill. General Hu breathed a sigh of relief and stopped being on guard. Then he sighed with emotion. Boy, you really have great potential. I can feel that your strength has increased a lot. Even the beast god martial spirit has become more terrifying, as if it has a true bestial nature. At this time, the Beast Lord came out of the cave. There was a bit of surprise in his eyes, but also a bit of surprise. I didn't expect you to make such progress. It seems that this old man still underestimated you. Your comprehension ability is the most terrifying among all the people this old man has ever seen. Even the king of Shui you can't compare with you. He didn't praise people casually. Even General Wolf and General Hu rarely heard such praises from him. But for Ling Xiao, he was not stingy with his praise. Even the king can't compare with him? General Hu was shocked. Everybody knew that the new king of Shui was a peerless genius. Some people even thought that his strength was not inferior to the emperor of the Western Kingdom. But the Beast Lord said that his talent was not as good as Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao, with your talent, it would be a waste for this old man to teach you alone. Are you willing to have a few more teachers? Asked the Beast Lord. A few more teachers? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. General Hu said, Master, didn't you say that on the road of cultivation, it's best to be focused on one thing? That way you can improve faster? Otherwise, what you get is not comprehensive progress, but comprehensive mediocrity. That's for you. Your aptitude is ordinary. You can't dabble too much. Otherwise, you will end up as a mediocre person. But he is different. The Beast Lord smiled. With his talent, he can improve without any obstacles. Since the Beast Lord thinks so, I am willing. Ling Xiao naturally wanted more teachers to teach him. As long as he could recover his cultivation as soon as possible, he would become even stronger. Why couldn't he have more teachers? Then come with this old man. In our Shuiyu country, there are a total of 7 kings. They are the Beast Lord, which is me. There is also the Sword Lord, the Demon Lord, the Fire Lord, the Ice Lord, the War Lord, and the Poison Lord. Which one do you want to choose first? The Beast Lord asked as they walked. Sword Lord, Ling Xiao said without thinking, although the others seemed to be of great help to him. But Ling Xiao's favorite and best weapon was still the sword. The Sword Lord was his first choice. Yes, it's just as I expected. The Beast Lord didn't change direction and continued walking. It could be seen that he had already expected Ling Xiao to make such a choice. Perhaps this was the so-called great minds think alike. Both of them were experts and were extremely fast. After a short while, they had already arrived at a valley. This valley was very strange. It was like a sword tomb. Broken swords were everywhere. There were huge swords, thin swords, short swords, etc. In any case, all kinds of swords could be seen here. The entire valley was filled with a terrifying sword chi. If an ordinary person approached, they would probably be injured. Animal, what are you doing here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Suddenly, a sharp sword chi broke through the air. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was only sword chi. It was very terrifying. It was much more terrifying than his sword chi. This person's strength was comparable to the Beast Lord. He should be the Sword Lord that the Beast Lord had mentioned. The sword lord was cursing, but his eyes were staring at Ling Xiao. It was as if he wanted to see through Ling Xiao. That gaze was like a sharp sword chi that could cut Ling Xiao's body open. Bitch, is this how you treat an old friend? Just think that this old man missed you and came to see you. Can't he? Chapter 39:15. Hearing the conversation between the two old men, Ling Xiao was startled for a moment. Damn, these two old men were hilarious. One called him an animal, and the other called him a bitch. If they weren't good friends, perhaps they would have already started fighting. Cut the crap. Today, I saw a sword beam shoot up into the sky from the demon beast forest you were in. That terrifying sword intent is actually about to reach my level. You're here because of that, right? The sword master sneered. Hee hee, so you found it. Look at this kid. He's the one who unleashed that sword energy. The beast master laughed. Him? He looks less than 20 years old, and his cultivation is only at the peak first heavenly core realm. Impossible. The sword master shook his head. If you don't believe me, then forget it. I was going to bring him to meet the other old men. Since you don't believe me, then forget it. The beast master laughed and said, I found a treasure and wanted to share it with everyone. Since you don't appreciate it as an old friend, I won't force you. Bye-bye. After saying that, the beast master was about to bring Ling Xiao away. What a joke. You came to Daddy's Valley of Swords, and you want to leave so easily? No way. The sword master stopped in front of them. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, release your sword soul and sword intent for me to see. Let him have a look. I don't want this old bitch to keep pestering me. The beast master laughed. Ling Xiao was speechless. In front of others, these high and mighty kings were all dignified and dignified. But in private, they were no different from ordinary kids. How could they be so naughty? No one could be like them. However, he could still sense how powerful this sword master was. Therefore, he had to show him his sword intent and sword soul. After saying that, he unleashed his 40% Scintian Fiend God sword soul. The strange scene of a fiend god and a fiend god harmonizing into one body made the sword master's eyes light up. After that, he unleashed his sword intent. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded out. An explosive aura shot straight towards the sword master. At this moment, it was as if all the swords in the entire Valley of Swords were resonating with each other, producing a strange sound. The entire sky was filled with sword energy. The mountains in all directions were shattered by the sword energy. The scene was extremely shocking. Such a terrifying sword intent turned into an illusory sword and pierced the sword master's body. However, the sword master himself stood there very calmly. It was as if nothing had happened. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great. No matter how strong Ling Xiao's sword intent was, the power of his sword chi would not be able to reach that level. There wasn't much meaning to it. It's not a big deal. He's only a peak first divine core warrior at his age. A 40% Scintian God Fiend sword soul isn't bad, but it's not worth the guidance of us old fellows. Compared to the geniuses of Shuiyu, there was a huge difference. I don't see you being tempted by those geniuses. The sword master frowned. He felt that the beast master was toying with him. What kind of bullshit genius was this? It wouldn't be a problem for any ordinary 6 divine core warriors to train him. He actually said that it was a treasure? Hee hee, you're saying that he's not as good as those people? You'd better think it over. If you don't want it, then I'll introduce you to the others. I believe that there will be people who have a discerning eye for talent. The beast master looked at the sword master with a faint smile. The sword master furrowed his brows. He felt that something wasn't right. Just what was the beast lord planning? Old animal, don't keep me in suspense. We're good friends, and the others don't have a good relationship with us. I don't think they'll accept this disciple. The sword master felt that the beast master wouldn't accept a disciple for no reason. Since the beast master had accepted this disciple, it meant that this disciple must have something extraordinary about him. Now you think I'm your friend? Who said that I don't have a good relationship with the other old fellows? I think old Hua is a good friend. Last time when he went on a journey, he even brought me a bottle of good wine. The beast master laughed and said, Ling Xiao, Don't tease him anymore. Show him your true strength. True strength? The sword master was startled. This guy is hiding his true strength? Why can't I see it? He didn't hide his true cultivation, but there are some things that you can't see on the surface. The beast master suddenly became serious. Just as he was speaking, Ling Xiao instantly entered the unbounded, heavenly rat beast soul transformation state. Not only did his aura increase further, even his sword intent skyrocketed at that moment. The sword master could clearly feel that the sword intent could pose a threat to him. He was extremely excited. It was as if he had seen a piece of treasure. Treasure? It's really a treasure. Apart from having the connate god-fiend sword soul, he's also a beast god. And this beast god's level isn't low. At the very least, he should be at the same level as this old animal. High-level deity position? The sword master was extremely excited, and there was a look of excitement in his eyes. Hey, didn't you say that he's not good? Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? The beast master laughed. It's just a joke. Did you really take it seriously? He has such good attainments in sword Dao. Wouldn't it be a waste to send him to Old Hua? The sword master hurriedly said. Waste? Ling Xiao, open this B***TCH's eyes again. The beast master revealed a mocking expression. Ling Xiao nodded. He naturally knew what the beast master wanted him to do. Hence, he raised his hand. All of a sudden, a terrifying flame ignited on his hands. Even his sword intent became extremely hot. Immortal fire. It's actually an immortal fire. Oh my god. Old Hua cultivated with all his might and only got a slightly more powerful exceptional fire. It's impossible to subdue an immortal fire. This kid actually has an exceptional fire. No wonder you asked him to go to Old Hua. However, it's better for him to stay with me. It's obvious that this kid likes sword Dao more. The sword master's eyes almost popped out. Hee hee, you like it now? The beast master laughed. But I suddenly can't bear to part with it. Don't. I know you like to drink. I don't have a jar of good wine. I'll give it to you. The sword master hurriedly said. Hey, why are you suddenly so generous today? I think someone once said that you can break your head and bleed, but you can't give away your exceptional fire? The beast master teased. It's different. Compared to the wine, the person who can inherit our legacy is the most important. Otherwise, won't no one be able to carry forward what we've learned? The sword master laughed. Don't worry about leaving this kid with me. You know what kind of person I am. I'll definitely use the best resources to nurture him. He's going to the mystic realm, so he can't stay here for a long time. The higher-ups only gave him a month to cultivate. He can only stay with you for 10 days at most. If he can't make a breakthrough in his cultivation and his sword Dao can't improve, then, regardless of whether we're good friends or not, I'll have to take him away. I can't let you hold this kid back. The beast master reminded him. Don't worry, 10 days it is. As long as he can swallow it, I'll give him a lot of good stuff. Chapter 39:16. Ling Xiao, you stay here and cultivate. I'm going back now. Actually, the Beast Lord still had a lot of things he wanted to teach Ling Xiao. But time was of the essence, and letting Ling Xiao learn more was the best way to increase his overall strength in a short period of time. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave Ling Xiao to the Sword Lord for now. Boom. 10 days later, a frightening sword intent exploded out from the Valley of Swords. It was 10 times stronger than the one unleashed in the Demon Beast Forest. My cultivation has broken through again. Early Second Divine Core Realm. Not only that, under the guidance of the Sword Lord, my control of sword intent has become more flexible. The essence of sword intent is its sharpness. This sharpness can be used to kill, destroy, and save. How to use it depends on the warrior's comprehension. I didn't know this before, but now, I finally understand. Even if it's the same skill, when unleashed with a different intent, it will produce a completely different effect. As for intent, it doesn't just consist of sword intent. In this world, everything contains intent, and it all depends on whether the warrior is able to master it or not. Poison intent, fire intent, ice intent, lightning intent, water intent, darkness intent, all of these are examples. Because I have the divine position of one of the 12 divine beasts, I've mastered many different types of intent. But I have no idea what these intents are used for. I've just casually used them. But now, I finally understand. Every type of intent can be merged with a martial skill, and it can increase the strength of the skill, as well as provide special effects. It can also frighten the enemy. Ling Xiao sat down with his legs crossed. Excitement and hope could be seen in his eyes. Indeed, with the guidance of a professional mentor, the effect was different. Kid, you're a precious treasure that I can't bear to part with. If others can master even one type of intent, they'll be thankful. But you've mastered so many types of intent, and you've cultivated all of them well. This way, when you're facing an enemy, you'll be able to unleash different types of intent according to the situation. The Sword Lord had appeared behind Ling Xiao and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you for your guidance, mentor." Ling Xiao bowed and said, regardless of whether it was the Beast Master or the Sword Master, he was extremely respectful towards them. Although he was arrogant, when he met someone who was truly willing to help him, he would use his heart to respect the other party. "Sai, I really can't bear to part with you. But there's no other way. I can't stop you from improving. Old man Hua, you've been peeping for a long time. Aren't you going to come out?" The Sword Master sighed. "Old bitch, what nonsense are you spouting? What old ghost? I'm a delicate maiden. What a cheap mouth. You make it sound like I'm peeping on you. I just heard from old Beast that there's a promising talent here, so I specially came to take a look." What suddenly appeared was a ball of crimson flames. A figure emerged from the raging flames. She looked to be a woman in her 30s and was exceptionally beautiful. Compared to Yu Fenghua and Xue Wushuang, she had a mature beauty. She actually stayed there the whole time. I didn't even notice. Ling Xiao was a little shocked. It seemed that he really had to be a little more humble. The higher he went, the more experts he would meet. He couldn't be careless. However, the old man Hua that the Sword Master and Beast Master were talking about was actually a beautiful woman. That surprised him. "Oh, just to take a look?" Sword Master smiled faintly. Cough cough. "Young man, are you willing to follow me to cultivate the will of fire? I see that you've cultivated the will of sword, will of fire, and will of beast god the most. You've also used them the most. They're also the most powerful among all of your will of fire. You've cultivated the will of fire and will of beast god. Do you want to cultivate the will of fire?" "Of course." Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. The reason was simple. The will of fire wasn't just for fighting. It was also the key to alchemy, weapon forging, and formation. More importantly, only when the will of fire became stronger would he be able to better control the flames. Currently, he couldn't freely use the celestial fire and divine fire to fight because the will of fire wasn't strong enough. Even controlling the strange fire required the help of the undying hellbird bee soul. The will of fire was indeed the key. "All right, follow me." Fire Lord grabbed Ling Xiao and flew into the sky. Should I ask her for something? Only after Fire Lord had left did Sword Master finally realize that he had been tricked by that old bastard Beast Lord. He should have tricked Fire Lord as well. But too bad. Fire Lord had left, and there was nothing he could do. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Somewhere in the Blood Moon secret realm, a volcano suddenly erupted. A massive amount of magma gushed out from the volcano and soared into the sky. What was shocking was that there was actually a person sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the magma. His entire body was red. It didn't look like he was burned. It looked more like the energy of the magma had merged with his body. My cultivation base has increased again. Peak second Heavenly Divine Core Realm. Ling Xiao excitedly checked the condition of her body. Not only had his cultivation base increased, even his body had broken through to the mid-7th Order Emperor realm after being continuously tempered by the flames. He was even stronger than before. This was not an easy thing to do. Will of Sword Dao, Will of Beast God, Will of Fire, great success. In terms of pure willpower, you are even stronger than many of the top warriors in the Shuiyu country. Fire Lord stood there, feeling excited and helpless at the same time. This young man was too monstrous. She had been cultivating for dozens of years, and she had only managed to break through to the completed fire will. Right now, She was only at the peak divine core realm, and it would be impossible for her to break through to the transformative realm. But Ling Xiao had shown her the hope of breaking through to the transformative realm. Thank you for the compliment, Fire Lord. Ling Xiao could feel that after his willpower increased, not only would it bring about a special effect when he condensed it into a martial skill, it would also increase the power of the skill. Normally, a completed will could increase a martial skill's offensive strength by 6 times. This was extremely powerful. Even if a martial skill's grade wasn't as high as someone else's, with the addition of his willpower, it might be able to catch up. In the past 20 days, Ling Xiao had gained a lot. Not only had his cultivation base increased to the peak second heavenly divine core realm, his willpower had increased greatly. Furthermore, his willpower had also improved greatly. He had also grasped different ways to use it. This made him extremely happy. At the same time, the others were cultivating as well. Somewhere in the Blood Moon secret realm, a figure was flying around in the middle of a strange rock forest. Every time he struck out with his sword, a sharp sword beam would be emitted. The strange rock was shattered. This man's sword intent was extremely domineering, and the roar of a dragon could even be heard. It was shocking. Overlord's sword was floating in the air, watching his disciple Longjianshan cultivating. He was very satisfied. Longjianshan was definitely a genius. In the past 20 days, not only had he broken through to the sword Dao Will, he had also broken through to the 5th heavenly divine core realm. He had also broken through to the peak 5th heavenly divine core realm and had mastered 90% of his ocean energy. He was not far away from breaking through. Chapter 39:17. Longjianshan, listen to me. Don't go overboard. Don't be too hasty, or else you'll be stuck at a standstill. I know you want to be above the other 9 geniuses. I also hope you can do it. But with your current strength, it won't be a problem for you to be ranked in the top 3. Don't be impatient, it will destroy you. Overlord's sword said when he noticed Long Jianshan's sword intent was in chaos. Long Jianshan was startled. He didn't know why, but he didn't really care about others. But Ling Xiao, who was also a sword user, he really wanted to be above him. He didn't want that guy to be above him. Therefore, when he was practicing his sword, Ling Xiao's domineering and disdainful figure would always appear in front of him. This made him really unhappy, although he had no grudge against Ling Xiao. But because Ling Xiao had slapped his face and displayed a strength that was much stronger than he had imagined, that was why he was jealous. He was insanely jealous. Because of his jealousy, it gave birth to hatred. No matter how much Ling Xiao had improved, he still wanted to surpass Ling Xiao. He would never be defeated by a guy he looked down on. But he didn't know that Ling Xiao didn't take him seriously at all. In the past, Ling Xiao had even killed super geniuses like Gu Fenghua and Water White Wolf. He was just a mere Long Jianshan, nothing compared to him. In the last 10 days, Ling Xiao returned to the Demon Beast Forest. He didn't want to sit there and cultivate anymore. Instead, he wanted to improve his sword intent through battles. To him, sword intent was the most important thing. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent, he had always been obsessed with sword intent. Now, he wouldn't change. Ling Xiao stepped into the depths of the Demon Beast Forest. There were a lot of 5th, 6th, and even 7th divine core demon beasts there. Although the Beast Lord didn't want him to take the risk, once he had decided on something, he wouldn't change it. In front of the Beast Lord's cave, 3 figures were staring at the direction Ling Xiao disappeared. Are you really that relieved? The Sword Lord asked worriedly. You know this guy's personality. Once he has decided on something, who can change it? The Beast Master sighed. Let him be. I believe in him. The Fire Master smiled and said, It's a pity that the time was too short. I didn't have time to teach him any martial arts techniques. Yeah, what can you do in a month? It's really too short. The Beast Master said helplessly, Old Beast, tell me the truth. Are you planning to nurture this brat into the signature of my Eternal Night Palace? Swordhead suddenly asked. Eternal Night Palace? You're too short-sighted. With his natural abilities, becoming the best cultivator of Shui you wouldn't be a problem for him. The Fire Master rolled his eyes at the Sword Master. You're right. We've been accumulating strength for so many years. They wanted to become the fifth powerful country independent of the Western Kingdom in one fell swoop. But because the younger generation wasn't good enough, they didn't expose this ambition. However, this kid's appearance has turned this ambition into reality. The sword master pondered for a moment and said, "Bullshit. There is no such thing as a strong country in the Western continent. There is only a strong country in Shueyu. If those things hadn't happened in the past, how could Shueyu have ended up like this?" The beast master said while gnashing his teeth. What had happened in the past had dealt a huge blow to Shueyu. They had lost over 100 powerful warriors in a single night. A strong country had become a great country. The original Western Kingdom had become a strong country with the help of the Eastern Kingdom. Ling Xiao didn't know what the three old men were talking about. Right now, he had entered the depths of the demon beast forest. For him, this was a test. Within the demon beast forest, there were many high-ranked demon beasts. In the first 9 days, Ling Xiao was practically fighting nonstop for a moment. The demon beasts had been attacking him without any fear of death. Until the 10th day. While fighting crazily, Jiang Qian had recovered his cultivation to the early third divine core realm. It seemed like the demon beasts were scared of him. They no longer attacked him. Jiang Qian seemed much more relaxed. "It's the last day. I should go back. I've gained a lot in this 1 month. Looks like after the secret realm, I can leave Shueyu and go to the Western Kingdom." Going to the Western Kingdom wasn't considered betrayal. Because many disciples from Shueyu wanted to go to the Western Kingdom to further their studies. After all, the resources were not on the same level. Just as he was walking back, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting. He transformed into his shadow warrior form and curiously rushed over. Since he heard the sound of fighting here, he might run into someone he knew. It might be someone from the Eternal Night Palace. It might even be someone from Dark Frost or Lion Master Castle. It would be best if he could help. Right at this moment, a foul wind was blowing through the forest. Many branches had been broken and fallen. From time to time, the roars of some ferocious demon beasts could be heard. Ling Xiao sped up and arrived at a place about 100 meters away from the battlefield. He activated his Tai Chi Eye. The open space was already in a mess. There were 4 people surrounding and attacking a ferocious beast. The beast had a strange appearance. Its body was covered with a thick, hard armor, and there were many sharp thorns. Each of the thorns was as sharp as a sword. It was terrifying. Of course, these weren't the scariest part. The scariest part was its poisonous claws and teeth. This demon beast was 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. It wasn't a big demon beast. However, its strength wasn't weak. Peak 5th Divine Core Realm. Its name was Sword Mountain Stinger. It was a type of hedgehog, but after cultivating, it was much stronger than ordinary hedgehogs. Even a perfect 5th Divine Core warrior would have no choice but to run for his life if he encountered this beast. As for the 4 men attacking the Sword Mountain Stinger, Ling Xiao knew 3 of them. Only one of them was an unfamiliar face. Among these 3 men, one was Dark Frost, one was Yang Mo, and the last one was Lion Master Castle. As for the unfamiliar face, he seemed to be the one with the highest cultivation amongst the 4 men. After 20 days, Dark Frost, Yang Mo, and Lion Master Castle had all made breakthroughs in their cultivation. Dark Frost had broken through to the late 5th Divine Core Realm. The same went for Lion Master Castle. Yang Mo had broken through to the early 5th Divine Core Realm. As for the unfamiliar face, he was a peak 5th Divine Core warrior. Compared to Xue Wushuang, his strength wasn't any weaker. The strength of these 4 people was not too weak. But it wasn't easy to defeat the Sword Mountain Stinger. Most importantly, they hadn't worked together many times before. That was why their teamwork wasn't perfect. But Dark Frost's secret soul skill and Lion Master Castle's brute force were both able to make the Sword Mountain Stinger a tough opponent. Yang Mo's attacks were decent as well. Of course, the unfamiliar face wasn't bad either. After all, he was the one with the strongest cultivation. He wore a sky blue long robe and held a long spear in his hand. With every attack, he would leave a wound on the Sword Mountain Stinger's body. All 4 men were smart. Although their teamwork wasn't perfect, they could still make adjustments during the fight. Chapter 39:18. Finally, under the siege of the four people, the Sword Mountain Stinger fell to the ground and died. In Ling Zhao's eyes, among the four people, the one who put in the most effort was actually Dark Frost. Then it was Lion Master Bao. Then it was that unfamiliar face. Yang Mo's strength was the weakest, but he had already put in a lot of effort. It couldn't be helped that he contributed the least. But it was obvious that the unfamiliar face was very... He felt that he was the one who put in the most effort among the four. Regardless of whether the other three people objected or not, he took the Sword Mountain Stinger's monster crystal core and put it into his storage ring. Qin Haodong, aren't you being too shameless? We agreed to split the things equally. Why are you taking it all for yourself now? Yang Emo couldn't help but say, "Shut up, you trash dare to question me, Qin Zhan." The unfamiliar face sneered. "I came to your Eternal Night Palace because I gave you face. On the way, I met the three of you in the monster forest, so I helped. Without me, you all would have died. Don't deny it." "This guy is stupid. We will die without him?" Lion Master Bao was stunned for a moment and said, "Your strength is not as good as mine." "That's right. We don't need your help. This monster crystal core will be fed to the dogs. We can't be bothered to argue with you, but you can leave." Dark Frost said coldly. She couldn't stand this guy called Qin Zhan's rude appearance. "Let me go? In your dreams. This Sword Mountain Stinger usually lives in groups, and usually 10 of them stay together. Every Sword Mountain Stinger's nest will have a Sword Mountain grass. You want to take it all for yourself? No way." Qin Zhan seemed to be relying on the three of them. Sword Mountain grass? Originally, Ling Xiao had already planned to leave. His friends were so strong, so there wouldn't be any danger. But when he heard Sword Mountain grass, his eyes suddenly lit up. Sword Mountain grass was a kind of strange grass that was born because it contained an extremely rich sword intent. After consuming it, not only could it improve one's cultivation, but more importantly, it could improve one's sword intent. No matter what effect it had, it would be of great help to him. So, this thing, he must get it. He was just about to show his face. Lion Xiaobao laughed coldly. "Don't even think about that Sword Mountain grass. We're going to give it to a friend." "Yes, I want to give it to Big Brother Ling Xiao." Dark Frost added. "What is Ling Xiao?" Qin Zhan said disdainfully. "Aren't they just trash like you who were selected?" "Shut up. If you dare to speak ill of Big Brother Ling Xiao, I'll kill you." Yang Emo was also very respectful towards Ling Xiao. After all, if it hadn't been for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have been recruited by Shuiyu. Haha, trash is trash. Are you afraid of what others say? Qin Zhan wasn't afraid of Yang Emo, nor was he afraid of Ling Xiao. "If I'm trash, then what are you?" Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Qin Zhan, giving him a fright. He didn't even notice that there was someone nearby. This was simply too terrifying. "Who are you?" Qin Zhan hurriedly dodged. He held his spear and looked at Ling Xiao with vigilance. "Me? I'm the trash you're talking about." Ling Xiao looked at Qin Zhan mockingly. "You're Ling Xiao?" Qin Zhan's face didn't look too good. He had never seen Ling Xiao before. He had only heard of him. But now that he saw him, his heart was filled with a very strong panic. Ling Xiao's eyes were too terrifying. The aura he emitted was like a terrifying beast. It was as if he could swallow him in one bite. Moreover, the other side had changed from 3 to 4 people. He was only one. No matter what, he couldn't be a match. "What do you want?" "I'm from Shuiyang Palace." "Do you know Shuiyang Palace? They're much stronger than your Eternal Night Palace. If you dare to harm me, Shuiyang Palace won't let you go." Qin Zhan's words were somewhat fierce. "I don't want to do anything. As long as you obediently apologize, then slap yourself twice and say you're trash, I can let you go." Ling Xiao mocked. He didn't know what Shuiyang Palace was. However, he even dared to provoke Dongshan country. Shuiyang Palace was just a force under Shuiyu country. What was he afraid of? "In your dreams." Qin Zhan knew that a wise man didn't fight when the odds were against him. He turned around and ran. However, how could he be faster than Ling Xiao? He had just run 2 steps when he was stopped by Ling Xiao. "Get lost." Qin Zhan roared. The long spear in his hand shook and stabbed at Ling Xiao. Oh, proficient in the will of the spear. Not bad. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and didn't use any weapons. He directly grabbed the spear with his hand. This was a divine emperor-level spear. It wasn't as strong as his physical body. If his physical body was compared to a magic weapon, it could be considered a spiritual heavenly king-level defensive magic weapon. Will of fire, smelt? Suddenly, a blazing flame was released from his hand. The spear turned into liquid in an instant and dripped to the ground. It made a strange sizzling sound. Qin Zhan was startled and hurriedly let go of the spear, because his hands had already felt the scalding heat. If he didn't throw it away, his hands would be directly burned. Brother Ling Xiao seems to have become stronger. Dark Frost smiled. Yes, I thought I could defeat him if I became stronger, but today I saw it. His progress is much greater than mine. Lion Xiaobao smiled wryly. Brother Ling Xiao is really powerful. Yang Mo said with a look of admiration. Damn it. Qin Zhan retreated dozens of steps and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you trash. He apologized because he was afraid of Ling Xiao's strength. It's useless to apologize now. You have to leave an arm. Ling Xiao sneered and rushed forward. Roar. The terrible roar of a beast rang in Qin Zhan's ears. At that moment, Qin Zhan was so scared that he almost fainted. Immediately after, a white light flashed and Qin Zhan's right arm was cut off. On the wound, there was a dense sword in tint. Get lost. Cutting off your arm is just to teach you a lesson. After all, you are also a person of Shuiyu country. But I warn you, don't talk nonsense in the future and don't casually attack others. Otherwise, next time, it won't just be cutting off one of your arms. It will be your death. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Zhan coldly. Qin Zhan didn't say anything and turned to run. He was afraid that if he said even one word, he would be mercilessly killed by Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, you are still the best. But that guy is really from Shuiyang Palace. There are 12 palaces in Shuiyu country, and our Eternal Night Palace is the weakest. You cut off one of his arms. I'm afraid there will be trouble. Lion Xiaobao reminded. No matter. If he learns, there won't be any trouble. But if he still wants revenge, then I can only kill him. After killing so many people, one wouldn't care so much. In the world of martial artists, there was basically no martial artist who hadn't killed before. After all, they were all people who licked blood on the blade. Chapter 39:19. The reason why Ling Xiao let Qin Zhan go today was because he was giving face to the Shuiyang Palace, and he didn't want to cause any trouble for the Eternal Night Palace. After all, he was being nurtured by the Beast Master, Sword Master, and Fire Master. He still had to take care of the Eternal Night Palace's interests. That's right. When has Big Bro Ling Xiao ever been afraid of them? Dark Frost hugged Ling Xiao's arm and said, It's been 20 days. I've missed Big Bro Ling Xiao so much. I've missed you guys too, but for now, let's focus on the Sword Mountain grass. Ling Xiao said, That's right, the Sword Mountain grass. But Brother Ling, there are still 9 Sword Mountain poison spikes in the cave. Ordinary ones are easy to deal with, but one of them should be the king of the Sword Mountain poison spikes. Perhaps it has reached the early 6th Divine Core realm. It's not easy to deal with it. Liu Xiaobao said, With the 4 of us working together, there's nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao didn't just rely on his martial arts. In order to get the Sword Mountain grass, he could use any formation or pill. In the midst of the lush weeds, there was a hidden cave. Even if a warrior had great eyesight, it wouldn't be easy for him to find this cave. Brother Ling, that's the place. Liu Xiaobao pointed at the cave hidden within the grass. What were you guys planning to do? Ling Xiao asked. The Sword Mountain poison spikes like poisonous things, so we only need something that can release their poison. We prepared some poisonous herbs, but with Brother Ling here, I don't think we need them anymore. Liu Xiaobao said with a smile. He had witnessed how Ling Xiao fought poison with poison, and how he killed Du Juyi. Good idea. Ling Xiao smiled, then he started setting up the formation. The formations he set up this time were 2 of the 10-terminal formation he had used before. One was the Raging Flame formation, and the other was the Golden Light formation. One of the 2 formations contained the Will of Fire. The other contained the Will of Sword. Under Ling Xiao's control, the formation's power was greatly increased. Ling Xiao had prepared the 10-terminal formation a long time ago, and he had sealed it in a formation refining stone. It was very effective. He set up the formation about a kilometer away from the cave, because if they were too close, it would easily attract the attention of the other sword mountain venomous thorns in the cave. What they needed to do was to take advantage of the fact that the demonic beasts were not very smart and defeat them one by one. At the very least, he couldn't let the poisonous thorns of the 9-headed sword mountain rush out. If that was the case, they would all be finished. After preparing everything, Ling Xiao released the 9-headed hell snake beast spirit. Then, it swallowed and spat out poison mist. A small amount of poison slowly drifted into the cave. After a while, 2 of the sword mountain stingers finally walked out. He's here. Yang Imo was pleasantly surprised. You guys go over there and set up an ambush. I'll lure these 2 guys over. Ling Xiao instructed, and then everyone began to move. He was very careful, turning back every few steps. He was neither too fast nor too slow. The 2 sword mountain stingers were lured into the golden light array. In an instant, he released his spirit formation martial spirit and enveloped the entire battlefield. There was only one reason for him to do this, and that was to prevent the other 7 sword mountain stingers from noticing him. The sword mountain stingers that fell into the golden light array didn't last long. Ling Xiao was surprised by the golden light array's current strength. A peak 5th divine core demon beast was turned into a porcupine in just 1 or 2 minutes. It looked like after his sword Dao Will had reached the level of major success, and his cultivation base had increased. The strength of this formation had become even more frightening. The last time he used the golden light array was in the western region, but now he was using the golden light array in the western region. Perhaps it had something to do with the laws here. Just like that, they killed 6 of the poisonous spikes from the 9-headed sword mountain. The golden light array and raging flame array worked together, and it was extremely powerful. They didn't even need to attack. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Brother Ling to come with us. With you here, we don't have to fight. This is so easy. Lion Xiaobao said with a smile. Damn it. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, because the last 3 sword mountain stingers had rushed out from the cave at the same time. The leader of the group, the Stinger King, was much smarter than the other sword mountain stingers. When it arrived in front of the golden light array and raging flame array, it suddenly stopped. It unleashed all of its stingers and attacked from a distance. The other 2 sword mountain stingers followed suit. Ling Xiao unleashed the firestorm wheels and blocked the stingers' attacks. After that, he said, Brother Lion, Dark Frost, you guys deal with the 2 smaller ones. I'll deal with the bigger one. Yang Imo, you help me from the side. Help whoever is in trouble. Let's go. Since they couldn't lure their opponents into a trap, they had no choice but to face them head-on. Right at this moment, no one would question his orders. Lion Xiaobao and Dark Frost each faced a sword mountain stinger. They were both peak 5th divine core stingers. For them, although it was a little troublesome, it wasn't a big problem. Besides, Yang Imo was helping them from the side. As for Ling Xiao, facing an early 6th divine core Stinger King by himself was still a little troublesome. But this was exactly what he wanted. He had now recovered to the early 3rd divine core realm. But this wasn't enough. He still needed to become stronger. During the battle, he used all the skills he had learned from the Beast Lord, Sword Lord, and Fire Lord. He used a normal attack that was infused with his will and killed the Sword Mountain Stinger King. When he killed the most troublesome Sword Mountain Stingers, the battle between Lion Xiaobao and Dark Frost hadn't ended. But it seemed like they didn't need his help. In just a few seconds, the battle between the 2 had ended. Brother Ling, you're the most frightening genius I've ever seen. Lion Xiaobao's praise was from the bottom of his heart. Because he wouldn't lie. At least, he wouldn't lie until now. He was really shocked by Ling Xiao's frightening combat strength. Stop praising me. Let's take out the sword mountain grass first. The few men carefully entered the cave. Oh my heavens, this isn't just one sword mountain grass. There are 3 of them. We're rich. Right after entering the cave, Lion Xiaobao shouted out excitedly. Too bad. This sword mountain grass can only be used by warriors who cultivate the will of the sword. Brother Ling, you've got a great deal. Lion Xiaobao smiled bitterly. Of the 3 sword mountain grass, I'll take 2 and Young Mo will take 1. As for the 2 of you, I'll give you pills as compensation. Dark Frost, this is a soul-stabilizing pill that I refined after coming to the Black Tortoise continent. It'll be of great help to your soul power. Lion Xiaobao, you're good at strength attacks and have the earth martial spirit. This core of the earth is for you. I got it in my hometown and haven't used it yet. Ling Xiao wouldn't mistreat his brothers. Everyone had worked hard, so he couldn't be the only one to get the benefits. If he always wanted to keep things for himself, then no one would dare to be friends with him in the future. Hee, then I won't be polite. Lion Xiaobao was very straightforward. Dark Frost didn't dawdle, because she also knew Ling Xiao. Only Yang Emo was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Ling Xiao stuffed the sword mountain grass into his hand. Chapter 39:20. After distributing the spoils of war, everyone was preparing to leave. Suddenly, Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Who is it? Come out." Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and Yang Emo hurriedly reacted and looked at the bushes not far away. This is the Shueyu secret world. Outsiders can't enter. Who are you? Dark Frost said coldly. I didn't expect to be discovered. The new recruits of the Eternal Night Palace are not bad. A sneer came from the forest. Then a group of people came out. There were about 30 of them. Their strength was not bad. Ling Xiao recognized one of them. It was Qin Zhan. I said that if you cause trouble again, you will die. Ling Xiao looked at Qin Zhan. He didn't regret letting him go before. Letting him go was to prepare for killing. This way, if the Shueyu country pursued him, he would have an excuse. When Qin Zhan saw Ling Xiao, he was a little afraid and stepped back. Qin Zhan, don't be afraid. We have more than 30 people. There are only 4 of them. What are you afraid of? The leader of the group looked like a woman, but his voice sounded like that of a male duck. Ling Xiao even suspected that this guy was a eunuch in the palace. After all, the Shueyu secret world was the palace of the Shueyu country. The duck voice revealed a cold, murderous qi. The other party could injure Qin Zhan, so of course he wouldn't underestimate them. That was why he called so many helpers. The more people there were, the more confidence there would be. What do you want? Although the Eternal Night Palace and the Shueyang Palace have never been on good terms, they are still part of the Shueyu country. You are not planning to attack us here, are you? Yang Emo frowned. Don't worry. After all, we are from the same sect. How could I bear to kill you? Hand over all your storage rings, then leave that little girl behind so that we can have some fun. This matter is over. The duck voice sneered. The group of people followed and laughed exaggeratedly. Dark Frost's face suddenly became gloomy. She used to be a person of high status, so she was a little domineering. How could she not be angry that someone dared to humiliate her like this? I think you guys don't have to go back today. Ling Xiao's body suddenly emitted a shocking killing intent. In that instant, a few of the 30 or so people on the other side were frightened. Kill. The moment the murderous aura bloomed, Ling Xiao moved. Since he dared to humiliate the girl whom he treated as his younger sister, if he didn't kill him, what was the point of keeping him alive? Falling plum-clear shadow step was displayed. He activated his cosmic body. His entire body dashed over like a ghost. The man with the croaky voice didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to make a move on him. He wasn't afraid of their numbers at all. When he tried to wave the weapon in his hand to block, Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced through his throat. Then, a terrifying flame ignited on his body. His Niden was actually burnt and cracked. His soul eventually perished amidst his miserable cries. Dark Frost's attacks were not much slower than Ling Xiao's. Suddenly, a giant white bone hand stretched out from the ground and dragged several warriors into the ground. In an instant, they had already lost their lives. Lion Master attacked almost at the same time. Ferocious fists exploded in the crowd. Under one punch, 3 people were killed and several were injured. Yang Mo's reaction was slower, but he also assassinated the injured person. Once the 4 people attacked, they were no longer merciful. Whether they were from Shueyu or not, they dared to ambush them here and be so disrespectful to them. If they didn't kill them, it wouldn't be enough to vent their anger. In an instant, 7 or 8 of the 32 people were dead. The people of Shueyang Palace were stunned. Qin Zhan was so scared that he turned around and fled. Ling Xiao had already let him go once. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let him go. He pointed with his right hand. The wind from his finger turned into a sharp sword and shot out. Piercing through the void, there were bursts of explosions in the air, and finally pierced Qin Zhan's dantian, killing him. I said that if I let you go, you should cherish it. Since you don't know how to cherish it, it's better to die. The hunter had become the prey. The situation had changed too quickly. The people of Shuiyang Palace didn't even have time to react. They reorganized their formation and were about to regroup. Now, only 20 people were left from the 32 people. The corpses on the ground were still trembling in a strange manner. Blood had dyed the ground red, attracting the attention of the surrounding demon beasts. Don't be afraid, we have more people. We were just attacked by surprise just now, that's why we lost our composure. A strong warrior walked out from the crowd. Although this man didn't say anything before, Ling Xiao had been paying attention to him, because he was the one with the highest cultivation in this group. Early 6th Divine Core Realm. That was the strength of the Poison Thorn King from Sword Mountain. He stood out because he had no other choice. He wanted to regroup, so he had to do this. Otherwise, all of them would have to die. This man was holding a long spear, the same weapon as Qin Zhan's, but its quality was better than Qin Zhan's. It was a mortal rank Heavenly King weapon. You talk too much. Ling Xiao immediately attacked. The spear wielder was startled. He quickly waved his spear to defend himself. Ling Xiao's fist smashed onto the long spear. Crack! The long spear and its handle shattered at the same time. How could this be? The spear wielder felt his heart ache. This was a weapon he had spent a lot of effort to get, but it was destroyed by Ling Xiao so easily. How could he not feel his heart ache? But he didn't have the time to mourn for his fallen weapon. This was because after Ling Xiao's fist shattered the spear, it was still aiming for his head without any hesitation. Left with no other choice, he could only defend himself with both hands. Bang! Crack! The spear wielder was sent flying by the punch. The bones in both his arms were shattered, and his arms were hanging on both sides of his body. Looking at this scene, no one could believe what they had just seen. Ling Xiao, an early 3rd Divine Core Warrior, was able to easily injure an early 6th Divine Core Warrior. This was too unreasonable. In fact, Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied with this attack. His body was as tough as a spiritual rank Heavenly King weapon, and his Black Tortoise Divine body was a mid-7th Order Emperor. He should have been able to kill this guy with a single punch. Since he didn't, it could only be said that he didn't perform well enough. Of course, his opponent wasn't weak either. This is bad. How can this guy called Ling Xiao be so strong? This is terrifying. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Run. Although both of his arms were broken, both of his legs were still intact. The spear wielder leapt up into the sky, then he turned around and tried to escape. However, Ling Xiao's speed was faster than his. After that, Jiang Chun punched the man's dantian. His dantian exploded. After that, Jiang Chun pierced the man's throat with his sword. When the man's body fell to the ground, all the men from the Shuiyang Palace were so scared that they didn't dare to attack. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Ling Xiao wouldn't show any mercy this time. Since he had already killed someone, he might as well kill all of them and destroy all evidence. Chapter 39-21. While speaking, Ling Xiao released the martial spirit barrier, trapping all the people of the Shuiyang Palace in the battlefield. It was like a prey that had been trapped. They were killed one by one. Although these people were not weak, compared to Ling Xiao and the others, they were far behind. Not long after, all the people of the Shuiyang Palace were killed. Ling Xiao released the will of fire and burned everyone, destroying the corpses. When you go back, no one mention what happened today. Soon it will be the day to go to the secret realm. Go back to your mentors and stay there. Don't come out so easily. The 4 of them had all gained benefits, so they naturally had to cultivate for a few days. Anyway, the day to go to the secret realm was not fixed. It was only said that it would take more than a month, but they didn't know how many days it would take. They could cultivate for as long as they could. Watching Lion Master, Dark Frost, and Yang Mo leave, Ling Xiao also returned to the Beastmaster's cave. He sat down, swallowed the sword mountain grass, and began to cultivate. The higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of obtaining benefits in the secret realm. He might not care about other things, but he had to get the beast god's blood. So, another 3 days passed. Just now, the higher-ups said to gather the warriors who are participating in the secret realm. We are leaving today, but Ling Xiao hasn't finished cultivating yet. What should we do? The Beastmaster looked at Ling Xiao anxiously. Don't worry, there is still some time. They said to gather this afternoon, so there should be a few hours. If he really can't break through, then give up temporarily. The Swordmaster thought for a moment. That's the only way, but I can feel that his aura is constantly rising. He should have reached the limit. Let me help him. While speaking, the Fire Master suddenly released a ball of fire and blasted toward Ling Xiao's body. This was not a random attack. Instead, it just happened to help Ling Xiao break through the willpower barrier. The other two also attacked at the same time. About an hour later, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. A sword in tint word shot out from his eyes, as if it was real. Peak sword in tint. He actually broke through to the peak. Small success, expert. Large success, peak, perfection, transformative, immortal, nihility. These were all the realms of martial wills. Reaching the peak of sword intent was already considered an outstanding existence. One had to know that even the sword master only had perfect sword intent. Thank you, seniors. Ling Xiao stood up. His sword Dao will had reached its peak, and his cultivation had broken through to the mid-third divine core realm. These 3 days were not in vain. The reason why he was grateful to the three of them was because of their final assistance, which allowed him to comprehend the peak of sword intent so quickly. Otherwise, it would probably take a long time for it to end. There's no need to thank me. You were the one who got the sword mountain grass. It was your own perception that helped you. We are just adding fuel to the fire. The Fire Lord smiled. You're adding fuel to the fire, but I'm adding a sword. The Swordmaster said, Don't tell me I threw in a wild beast? The Beast King smiled bitterly. All right, let's stop joking around. Let's tell him about our trip to the secret realm. The Fire Lord said. The other two became serious as well. The Beast Master looked at Ling Xiao and said, The trip to the secret realm is a little complicated. Because none of us have been there before, no one knows what's inside. It could be a tomb of some mighty warrior. It could also be the remains of an ancient palace. It could also be a miracle sent from the heavens. All in all, the reason why the secret realm is called a secret realm is because there are secret treasures inside. The dangers you will face will not only come from your competitors, but also from all sorts of unknown dangers in the secret realm. You have to be extra careful. Remember this, if you lose your life, you'll lose everything. Nothing is more important than a human life. The Sword Master nodded his head and said, That's right. Don't think that you're strong. In front of those mighty warriors from the ancient times, you're nothing. If it wasn't for the mountain and river martial soul, compared to those warriors from the ancient times, the warriors of today would be like ants. No matter if it's formations, traps, anything can kill you. Disciple understands. Of course, Ling Xiao knew about this. He had entered many secret realms. All of them were filled with danger. Although he survived, many of the people who went in with him died. Just the tomb of the ancient Emperor Dongshang had killed many experts. How could he be careless? After all, not every secret realm would be on his side. Some might even target him. It's good that you understand. Little Fire, I'll have to trouble you to bring him to the gathering point. The two of us have been in seclusion for many years and don't care about worldly affairs. Just pretend that we don't exist. The Beast Master looked at the Fire Master and said, No problem. The Fire Master nodded and said, Let's go, kid. I'll wait for you to return from the secret land. When you come back, you can reunite with these two old guys. Ling Xiao looked at the Beast Master and the Sword Master deeply. He was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. He would take revenge for any grievances and repay any kindness. Let's go. Those little guys who were recruited with you should be at Little Wolf's ranch. The Fire Master smiled and left with Ling Xiao. At this time, in the open space outside the ranch, Dragon Sword Mountain, Yileng Yin, Ghost Valley 3 Devils, Dark Frost, Lion Master Fort, and Yang Imo had all arrived. Most of them came with their own mentors. Only Dark Frost actually came with Xue Wushuang. The mentors of these two didn't even appear. The reason why the mentors followed them was naturally to see how their own disciples compared to other disciples. Everyone had the heart to compare, and they were no exception. Overlord Sword was a proud person, but when he saw Yileng Yin's mentor, Blood Dragon, he still respectfully addressed him as Blood Dragon Commander. This was because not only was Blood Dragon's cultivation much stronger than his status was also much higher. Looking at Yileng Yin, he understood why Blood Dragon agreed to be this girl's mentor. Yileng Yin's talent was indeed stronger than Dragon Sword Mountain's. The mentors of the Ghost Valley 3 Devils were different people, but their strength and status were not as good as Overlord Sword's. So in this way, Yileng Yin was naturally first and Dragon Sword Mountain second. The Ghost Valley 3 Devils were about the same. Dark Frost and Xue Wushuang's mentors did not appear, so it was hard to judge. Furthermore, Overlord Sword and Blood Dragon did not know who their mentors were. Otherwise, they could have estimated it. As for Lion Master Fort, he had been waiting here alone for a long time. He also did not know who his mentor was. This confused the mentors of Overlord Sword, Blood Dragon, and Ghost Valley 3 Devils. Ling Xiao hasn't arrived yet? Dragon Sword Mountain said impatiently. Humph, his cultivation is the lowest, but his arrogance is the highest. Shut up. What do you know? At this moment, the Wolf General walked out with a gloomy expression. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao was also his young master, so he naturally had to protect him. Dragon Sword Mountain was startled. He did not know how he had offended this Wolf General. He was helpless. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat him, and he didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 39:22. Whoosh! A ball of fire landed not far from the ranch. Beside her was a handsome young man. Seeing the beautiful woman walking out of the fire, Overlord Sword, Blood Dragon, and the other experts all revealed expressions of shock. Then, they looked at the handsome young man, Ling Xiao, with a deep gaze. Overlord Sword and Blood Dragon looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They both felt that their disciples were the most outstanding. However, seeing this scene, they really didn't know what to say. Ling Xiao had actually received the personal guidance of the Fire Lord. This was enough to show that Ling Xiao's talent was completely above their disciples. This Ling Xiao, instead of cultivating properly, he goes around fooling around. I wonder where he got such a beautiful woman from. So he likes mature ones. Long Jinshan laughed mockingly. When he saw Ling Xiao, he seemed to feel that he was an eyesore and uncomfortable, so he didn't keep his mouth shut. Shut up, you bastard. Overlord Sword was shocked and hurriedly scolded in a low voice. Long Jinshan had never seen Overlord Sword so terrified and angry. He couldn't help but shut his mouth. At this moment, the few mentors present, including General Wolf, all bowed respectfully to the beautiful woman. Subordinate greets Lord Fire Lord. Fire Lord. Long Jinshan's face instantly turned pale. His entire body was trembling. This was the legendary Fire Lord. He had actually almost caused a fatal disaster. If it wasn't for Overlord Sword stopping him from speaking nonsense and being heard by the Fire Lord, he would probably have turned into ashes by now. But why? He couldn't accept it. Why could a person like Ling Xiao receive the guidance of a top expert like the Fire Lord? Even his teacher had to bow and scrape before him. Jealousy. Even more intense jealousy. He had never felt that he was inferior to Ling Xiao. However, the opportunities he received were much worse than Ling Xiao's. This caused his mentality to become even more twisted. Although he didn't say it, the jealousy in his heart had already turned black. Bam! Just as he was thinking, Long Jinshan suddenly felt his body fly up. He flew up uncontrollably. Finally, he slammed into the wall of the ranch. His internal organs were all injured. I hope that Lord Fire Master will show mercy. This child doesn't know any better and is speaking nonsense. Overlord Sword was such a proud person, but at this moment, he had no choice but to kneel down and plead for mercy for Dragon Sword Mountain. For your sake, I've already been very polite. Otherwise, do you think he would still be alive after I made my move? Be careful what you say next time, or you won't even know how you died. Fire Lord coldly glanced at Dragon Sword Mountain, then ignored him. Then, he looked at General Wolf and said, Your master, that old fellow, said that he has gone into seclusion and is unwilling to show his face. That's why I came. That little demon was the hope of the Eternal Night Palace and even of Shuiyu. Take care of it for me. Understood? Fire Master, Ling Xiao can be considered my young master now. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to neglect him. General Wolf replied. Hearing the conversation between the two, the others were shocked. Shui Wushuang, in particular, simply could not accept it. Listening to the Fire Master's words, it seemed that the Beast Master was also personally instructing Ling Xiao. What kind of situation was this? Regardless of whether it was the Fire Master or the Beast Master, they were both top-level existences in Shuiyu, although they rarely cared about the affairs of Shuiyu nowadays. But at the same time, they were instructing a young cultivator. This kind of thing had never happened before. Including her, she did not have such qualifications. Although she was not as jealous as Dragon Sword Mountain, there were some mixed feelings in her heart. Thinking about how arrogant she used to be in front of Ling Xiao, she blushed. Compared to Ling Xiao, apart from her identity as a princess, she really did not have any advantages. All right, I've sent him here. It's time to go back. Little Wolf, you take care of the rest. After the Fire Master finished speaking, he turned into a flame and disappeared into the horizon. After seeing how powerful he was, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. General Wolf said at this time, I think you all heard from the teachers. Shuiyu is actually divided into 12 palaces. The Eternal Night Palace is only one of them, and it is currently the weakest palace. Because of this, it is allowed to contact the outside world. The Imperial Court outside is actually just a cover to numb the enemies of Shuiyu. In fact, this time, besides the 10 of you, there are another 110 people who are going to the secret territory. Every one of them is an expert. I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that you are nothing. So you must be humble and honest. All right, let's stop talking nonsense. Let's go to the real imperial city of Shuiyu. After that, General Wolf turned into a snow wolf and soared into the sky. The 10 people who were going to the secret territory also followed. As for the teachers, they couldn't go. On the way, Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, and Yang Emo stayed together. The 3 demons of Guegu stayed together. Yi Lungyan was always alone. Shui Wushuang still maintained his arrogance, flying at the front, following General Wolf. As for Dragon Sword Mountain, he fell behind. His eyes were filled with intense hatred, staring at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao and the others were talking about the 12 palaces at this time. Brother Ling Xiao, we killed so many people of Shuiyang Palace. Will they know? Yang Mo directly asked through soul transmission. Don't worry, in the deep forest, they have been destroyed. Even if Shuiyang Palace suspects, there is no evidence. Ling Xiao said, Don't talk about this. The 3 of you seem to have improved. Of course, thanks to the good things you gave us. Lion Master Bao laughed and said, My cultivation has caught up with those 6 guys, and my fighting strength has surpassed them. Me too. Dark Frost also said, I'm almost there, but I've improved, and my sword intent has reached the level of proficiency. Yang Emo said modestly. He knew that he was the weakest, so he had to work harder. It's good that you've improved. There will be a lot of experts in the secret territory. You need to be stronger to get what you want. Ling Xiao's strength had also improved, but for him, it was far from enough. He still needed to become stronger. As they spoke, they could already see a majestic palace. At this time, they had been flying for more than an hour. It was enough to see how far the palace was from the entrance. It was also enough to see how big the Snow Moon secret territory was. The secret territory Imperial Court is actually where the Ice Palace is located. The Ice Palace is the strongest existence in the 12 palaces. Remember, don't cause trouble, or if you get humiliated, don't blame me for not warning you. General Wolf was also helpless. These years, Eternal Night Palace was weak in terms of disciples. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recruited warriors from outside to participate in the secret territory. In the world of warriors, the weak would be beaten and humiliated. This was the same everywhere. The Ice Palace was much larger than Eternal Night Palace. It was also clear that the atmosphere was more lively. Disciples who were cultivating or resting could be seen everywhere. Unlike Eternal Night Palace, there were basically not many people. Chapter 39-23. The moment they stepped into the Ice Palace, Ling Xiao and the others felt countless gazes on them. The Eternal Night Palace was the furthest away from the imperial court, so they were the last to arrive. The other 11 palaces had already arrived. Looking at them, they were all dressed in the same way, and it was obvious that they were all wearing Dharma treasures. They were at least divine emperor-level defensive Dharma treasures. But what about them? Their clothes were messy, and they looked like a ragtag army that had been put together at the last minute. The others were regular soldiers. There was no comparison at all. Perhaps because of this, these people's gazes were not friendly. Most of them had mocking expressions. There were not many friendly gazes. TSK, I really didn't expect the Eternal Night Palace, which was even stronger than the Ice Palace in the past, to be reduced to such a state. Now, it has fallen to such a state. Only Xue Wushuang could be chosen for this trip to the secret realm. The rest can only rely on external help to make up the numbers. TSK, why did you come? Aren't you embarrassed enough? This thick mockery came from the Shuiyang Palace camp. The Shuiyang Palace martial artists were all dressed in snow white with a red sun embroidered on it. They were like dog skin plasters. Hearing this person's mockery, the Eternal Night Palace people's reactions were different. Some people felt ashamed and lowered their heads. Meanwhile, some people felt anger and displeasure, glaring angrily. No matter what, being mocked was not a good thing. Finding external help means that you know your place. Unlike the Shuiyang Palace, a bunch of trash who think you're all right, Ling Xiao was a person with a strong sense of honor. Since he had joined the Eternal Night Palace and was valued and nurtured by them, then he would treat himself as a member of this group. Whoever insulted the Eternal Night Palace was insulting him. How could he not speak? Kid, who are you? How dare you slander the Shuiyang Palace? The Shuiyang Palace disciples were filled with righteous indignation. What a joke. Only you can slander us, but we can't speak the truth. This time, Xue Wushuang stood on Ling Xiao's side. After all, they were all from the Eternal Night Palace, and Xue Wushuang was also a representative of the Eternal Night Palace. If she didn't support Ling Xiao, was she supposed to support the other party? Haha, Xue Wushuang, you really know how to lie through your teeth. Although I don't know how you guys managed to trick those idiots into joining you. But what they didn't know was that the Eternal Night Palace was at most one of the 12 palaces of Xueyu. The difference in strength is too great, so much so that I have no interest in treating you as competitors. These words scolded the Eternal Night Palace, Ling Xiao, and the others. As soon as he said that, most of the people in the hall burst into laughter. It was clear that the Shuiyang Palace was not the only one that looked down on the Eternal Night Palace. It was the same for the other palaces. Yuan Hai, don't you dare humiliate my Eternal Night Palace again. Xue Wushuang's temper was not good. She was a proud person. How could she tolerate others humiliating the place where she grew up? His home. In that instant, a terrifying chill blossomed from her body. He pounced on the man named Yuan Hai. Yuan Hai was a late 5th Heavenly Core warrior. There was no way he could be Xue Wushuang's match. He was so scared that he quickly hid behind one of the men and shouted, "Senior disciple Xingye, help me!" The man named Xingye didn't move away. Instead, he coldly stared at Xue Wushuang and said, "This is the Imperial Palace. Xue Wushuang, do you want to fight?" While speaking, he unleashed his terrifying aura as well. His aura was exactly the same as Xue Wushuang's. Both were bone-piercing cold, but obviously, he was stronger than Xue Wushuang. He easily blocked Xue Wushuang's cold aura. Get lost. Xue Wushuang was furious. No matter who it was, if they dared to block her way, she would attack. She unleashed a freezing wind with both of her palms. It was like a snowstorm. Everyone was watching the show. Fights between disciples were very common in Xueyu. As long as no one was killed or crippled, nothing would happen. Too weak. Xingye sneered. He gently took a step forward and threw out a punch. For a moment, his fist energy seemed to have turned into a meteorite condensed from frost. It shattered Xue Wushuang's palm. It even pushed Xue Wushuang back. Early 6th Divine Core Realm, and at this level he was one of the strongest fighters. Xue Wushuang was no match for him. This man obviously wanted to embarrass Xue Wushuang. That's why he didn't show any mercy. If no one went to support Xue Wushuang, then Xue Wushuang would definitely fall flat on her back. If someone dared to help her up, apart from General Lang, he didn't think anyone in the Eternal Night Palace could stop him. However, right at this moment, a muscular man suddenly appeared behind Xue Wushuang. He hugged Xue Wushuang, then gently put her down. Master said, "A man bullying a woman is shameful." The man hugging Xue Wushuang was Lion Xiaobao. Although he didn't like Xue Wushuang, he didn't like people who bullied the weak even more. He was a straightforward man. "Oh, I didn't expect there to be someone like you in the Eternal Night Palace. But Xue Wushuang, you should be the strongest disciple in the Eternal Night Palace. Our senior disciple Xingye is also the strongest genius in the Snow Sun Palace. You two are a perfect match. Why don't you follow my senior disciple Xingye? Maybe you can even give birth to an even more outstanding baby." Yuan Hai's words became even more unpleasant to hear. It was probably because Xingye defeated Xue Wushuang, so he was even more unbridled. Trash that can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. You only know how to stand behind others and hoot, like a clown borrowing the tiger's might. I'm the weakest in the Eternal Night Palace. If you have the ability, do you dare to spar with me? This Yuan Hai was really infuriating. What Ling Xiao hated the most was this kind of person. He didn't have any fart ability and only knew how to hide behind others and hoot blindly. Fight with you? Are you worthy? Yuan Hai gave Ling Xiao a contemptuous glance and said disdainfully, "If you're scared, then you're scared. The Snow Sun Palace is just a bunch of bastards, cowards." Ling Xiao's eyes were even more contemptuous. His tone was even more provocative. He didn't like to be taken advantage of, and even more disliked being humiliated by others. Giving others a taste of their own medicine, that was his style. "How dare you? The Snow Sun Palace is not a place for trash like you to humiliate." Before Yuan Hai could say anything, Xingye had already become angry. "You keep calling others trash, trash? Brother Ling, I'll make the first move." Lion Master Bao was a straightforward man. He was no match for others when it came to arguing, therefore, he would make the first move. "All right, among the 10 of us, I'm the weakest and you're the second last. In that case, you should go and get rid of their so-called number 1. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. He knew Lion Master Bao's strength very well. Not to mention Xingye was only at the early 6th Divine Core Realm. Even if he was at the mid-6th Divine Core Realm, he might not be Lion Master Bao's match. When Lion Master Bao unleashed his primal strength, it would be extremely powerful. No problem. Lion Master Bao listened to Ling Xiao the most. Chapter 39-24. Ling Xiao was the first friend Xiaobao had made since he came to the mortal world, and his first boss. He was convinced, and he was willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Of course, it wasn't only because of Ling Xiao's strength, it was also because of Ling Xiao's generosity. If not for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have been able to break through to the peak 5th Heavenly Core Realm. Xiaobao looked at Starry Night, then he let out a loud laugh and said, "Let me have a taste of your so-called number 1 strength. Take this." After saying that, Xiaobao leapt into the sky, and the roar of a lion could be heard from his body. In an instant, he arrived in front of Starry Night. At this moment, it was as if Xiaobao had turned into a 9-spirit lion. The brutal pressure caused many warriors from the Shuiyang Palace to tremble in fear. What? Starry Night didn't take Xiaobao seriously at all. But now, when he sensed the frightening pressure, even his skin was slightly deformed. His legs couldn't bear the pressure anymore. This made him realize how frightening Xiaobao was. In fact, the smartest thing he could do was to avoid Xiaobao's attack. But Xiaobao didn't give him the chance. Besides, he was the top 10 geniuses from the Shuiyang Palace. He was the leader. If he chose to avoid the attack, where would he put his face? Where would the Shuiyang Palace's face go? Wouldn't it prove what those people from the Eternal Night Palace said? They were frogs at the bottom of a well? Cowards? Break for me. A moment of hesitation had caused Starry Night to lose his best chance to avoid the attack. He furiously roared out, then he punched out with both fists. The cold meteor exploded once again. Compared to the fist energy he used to fight Xue Wushuang, it was even stronger. A bone-chilling wind blew, and the surrounding air instantly became cold. Kneel down before me. In terms of voice and aura, Xiaobao wouldn't lose to Starry Night. While roaring out, he unleashed the primal force from his body. He was like a primordial lion. He forcefully grabbed onto Starry Night's fists. Boom! The fist and palm collided, producing a frightening explosion. Everyone present was astonished. Looking at Shueyang Palace's Starry Night, he was already kneeling on one knee, blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Lion Master Bao looked down from above, arrogant and angry. I asked you to kneel on both knees, not one. Roar. The ferocious lion's roar sounded again. Cracks began to form on the ground. Starry Night's two knees were actually forcefully pressed down, and his two legs knelt on the ground. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, feeling inexplicably horrified. Could it be that Liu Xiaobao was a descendant of a ferocious beast from ancient times? What was going on with the power in his body? You can't even defeat the second-to-last member of our Eternal Night Palace. To think that you're called number one in the Shueyang Palace. What a joke. In the future, when people from the Shueyang Palace see people from the Eternal Night Palace, they will obediently kneel on the ground. Don't embarrass yourself. How dare you say that we are the weakest? Ling Xiao would not let go of the opportunity to ridicule the other party. Although the people of Shueyang Palace were furious, they couldn't find any reason to refute. Starry Night was the strongest among the 10 of them. Now, even Starry Night was suppressed by Lion Master Castle. How could they still say anything? Lion Master Castle smiled and said, "This guy is actually pretty strong, but compared to me and Brother Ling, he's still far weaker." What he said was the truth. But the problem was, Ling Xiao had said that he was the last, and Lion Master Castle was the second to last. Wasn't he mocking Starry Night for being weaker than the last of the Eternal Night Palace? In fact, everyone could tell that Lion Master Castle's overall strength was definitely stronger than Xue Wushuang. At least, in terms of pure offensive strength, Xue Wushuang was definitely weaker than Lion Master Castle. Therefore, Ling Xiao's words were just a casual remark. Humph, you said that others only know how to hide behind and complain. Then what about you? Starry Night wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. He admitted that he was defeated by Lion Master Castle, but it was because he underestimated his opponent. But he was currently injured, and even if he fought again, he wouldn't be a match for Lion Master Castle. In order to vent his anger, he threw his glance at Ling Xiao. Me? Don't tell me you want to fight me, a mid-third divine core warrior? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. If you don't have the guts, then shut your stinky mouth. Starry Night scolded. I don't have the guts? Ling Xiao let out a bright smile. Brother Lion, he said I don't have the guts to fight him. Ling Xiao looked at Lion Master Castle and said with a smile on his face, That's impossible. He can't even defeat me. He's no match for you. Brother Ling, Lion Master Castle said in a straightforward manner. That's right. But since he asked, I can't reject him. I don't want others to say that I'm bullying an injured man. I'll let him recover first. As for that trash called Yuan Hai, let's fight first. Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Hai and said. Just as Yuan Hai was about to say something, Ling Xiao spoke first. Don't tell me you're going to say that I'm not qualified to fight you again? Don't tell me you think you're stronger than Starry Night? Even Starry Night wants to fight me. How dare you look down on me? Do you think Starry Night is stupider than you and weaker than you? His words had completely shut down Yuan Hai's reason for rejecting the challenge. I'm not going to fight. What are you going to do about it? Yuan Hai was even more cowardly than Ling Xiao had imagined. He was at least a late 5th-ranked Divine Core Warrior. Facing Ling Xiao, who was a mid-3rd-ranked Divine Core Warrior, he didn't even have the courage to fight him. Just like what Ling Xiao said, he was a complete coward. Do you think I'll stop just because you said so? Do you think it's up to you? Everyone has to be responsible for their own words. Do you think it's exciting to hide just because you're acting tough? If you want to act tough, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Ling Xiao sneered. Then he walked towards Yuan Hai. It was as if all the other men from the Shuiyang Palace didn't exist in his eyes. Suddenly, he sped up. He was so fast that only Starry Night could see him clearly, and he was able to react. As long as I'm here, don't even think about hurting a single hair on my Shuiyang Palace's warriors. Starry Night was beaten up by Lion Master Castle, and he was furious. In his mind, Lion Master Castle was the strongest man in the Eternal Night Palace. I can't defeat the strongest man, but you think I can't defeat the weakest man here? He didn't know that Ling Xiao wasn't the weakest man in the Eternal Night Palace, but his cultivation was definitely the weakest. Therefore, there was no need for him to be afraid. Do you really think you can stop me? What a joke. Ling Xiao let out a disdainful sneer. With the falling plum clear shadow step, he turned into a blur. He flew past Starry Night. Starry Night wanted to catch him, but all he could catch was a blur. Slap. Right after that, he heard the sound of someone being slapped in the face. He quickly turned around and saw Ling Xiao grabbing Yuan Hai's collar with one hand and slapping him in the face with the other. Yuan Hai's mouth instantly became swollen. I told you, if I want to teach you a lesson, he won't be able to stop me. He threw the dizzy and frightened Yuan Hai aside. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Starry Night. You really want to taste the feeling of being beaten? I'll fulfill your wish. I'll give you a chance now. Make your move. Chapter 39-25. Arrogant. Starry Night had never been so despised and humiliated. In a fit of rage, a strange meteorite martial soul appeared behind him. The surface of this meteorite was covered with a thick layer of ice, revealing a cold aura. In an instant, the cold air completely surrounded Ling Xiao. Boy, I will let you know what the consequences of attacking my Shuiyang Palace's martial artists are. If you have the strength, don't be loud. Ling Xiao's hands were shining with a red light, but there was no flame. There was only a blazing heat rising above his fists. Since the other party used ice, then he would use fire to melt it. Kill. Starry Night finally roared, his figure scuttling forward, suddenly pouncing towards Ling Xiao. It was like a small iceberg. Wherever it went, the wind danced, and the cold was bone-chilling. At that moment, Ling Xiao also attacked at the same time. A terrifying fire and tint erupted from his fists. The blazing energy fiercely hit the cold fist. There was no rumbling sound. Everyone saw a strange scene. A vast expanse of white steam suddenly enveloped the two people fighting. No one knew what happened in the steam. Only a moment later, Starry Night flew out of the steam. He fell directly in the center of the hall, battered and exhausted. Everyone looked at the white steam in surprise. A voice came from inside. The people of the Shuiyang Palace are all trash who overestimate themselves. It seems that what I said before was not wrong at all. At the same time the voice sounded, Ling Xiao walked out unscathed and stood beside Dark Frost and Lion Xiaobao. The people of the Shuiyang Palace had gloomy faces. They were angry and ashamed. Their people had previously mocked the Eternal Night Palace as the weakest palace in Shuiyu. But now, their young leader, Starry Night, was defeated by two people in a row. Even the usual 10? Yuan Hai was also beaten up like a pig's head. He had really lost all his face. The Eternal Night Palace wants to cause trouble. Some of the martial artists from the other 10 palaces began to discuss. After seeing the strength of Lion Master Fort and Ling Xiao, they no longer dared to ridicule the Eternal Night Palace. Originally, in the world of martial artists, it had always been about talking with one's fists. Whose fist was hard enough? Whose fist was big enough? Whoever received respect. Otherwise, they would only be looked down upon and even humiliated. These 10 people are all quite strong. It seems that there is no lack of experts in the secular world. Someone else said, "So what?" A haughty voice rang out. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. This person wore a golden battle robe with a crown embroidered on it. That was the first genius of the Ice Imperial Palace of Shuiyu, Bing Xianji. Having achieved success at a young age, Bing Xuanji not only had a high status, but he was also very arrogant. He looked coldly at everyone from the Eternal Night Palace and said, "Trash will always be trash, unable to be compared to a proper team." Perhaps they were a little stronger than the trash from the Shueyang Palace. However, if he went to the mystic realm, he would still die. I really don't understand why Shueyu sent those pieces of trash. 10 people from our Ice Imperial Palace will be enough. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. He was even more arrogant than Ling Xiao. After seeing Ling Xiao and the Lion Prince's strength, he was still so arrogant. It was enough to show how arrogant and confident Bing Xuanji was. Xue Wushuang was the princess of Shueyu, but that was only to the secular world. In the Blood Moon secret world, everyone knew that Bing Xuanji was the real young master. He was the one who would inherit Shueyu. He didn't have the title of Crown Prince, but he was the Crown Prince. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and glanced at Bing Xuanji. In terms of strength, this guy wasn't inferior to Gu Fenghua in the past. It was obvious that he was one of the top geniuses of Shueyu. None of the 10 people from the Ice Imperial Palace were weak. Even the weakest one was stronger than Xingyi. No wonder they were called the Ice Imperial Palace. No wonder they were the strongest palace in Shueyu. They really deserve their reputation. It would be great if I could join the Ice Imperial Palace. Unfortunately, with our strength, none of us have the qualifications to enter the top 10 of the Ice Royal Palace. If we join, we won't be able to go to the Mystic Realm, said Long Jianshan while looking at the 10 people from the Ice Imperial Palace with envy. He really hated the fact that he was a disciple of the Eternal Night Palace. He felt that it was a disgrace. If he became a disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace, who would dare disrespect him? Even though the 9 of you have been accepted by the Eternal Night Palace. But I, Bing Xuanji, will not treat you as a disciple of Shueyu. You are not qualified. Bing Xuanji seemed to think that he wasn't satisfied enough. He then looked at the people from the Eternal Night Palace who were in the limelight and said coldly, he was the first disciple of the Ice Imperial Palace, the first disciple of Shueyu. He was also the future emperor. He was the real crown prince. Therefore, he didn't want anyone to surpass him. Lion Xiaobao and Ling Xiao were in the limelight. Therefore, he had to suppress them. Especially you two. Where are you? You surprisingly dare to show your slight skill in front of an expert. When he was speaking, no one dared to interrupt. Even Xue Wushuang dared to get angry in front of Xingyi. But in front of Bing Xuanji, she didn't dare say anything. But Bing Xuanji seemed to have overestimated his strength. The others didn't say anything, but there was one person who didn't take him seriously at all. That was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had even killed Gu Fenghua and the White Water Wolf. In the end, Bing Xuanji was still slightly inferior to the two of them. An ignorant young man is standing there and talking nonsense. Surprisingly, nobody dares to refute him. Are the disciples of Shueyu so cowardly? What a disappointment. Ling Xiao's words finally left his mouth. Shut up. That's Bing Xuanji. Do you want to die? Xue Wushuang was furious and hastily scolded him. You should shut up. You are the representative of the Eternal Night Palace, and you are acting so humble in front of your peers. You are acting like a coward. Ridiculous. If you don't dare say anything, just shut your mouth and let me say it. Ling Xiao's words made Xue Wushuang speechless. She felt extremely ashamed. Indeed, Bing Xuanji didn't dare kill people here. What was she afraid of? She didn't even dare to refute? In fact, it wasn't just her. The others looked at Ling Xiao with ridicule and disdain. Did he think he was a strong cultivator after winning Xingyi? Impudent. You dare to be disrespectful to Brother Xuanji. You are courting death. Bing Xuanji didn't say anything. A cultivator with 3 eyes beside him was furious. That third eye emitted a strange light that covered Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that his surroundings had changed. It was as if he had stepped into an illusion. His surroundings were no longer a palace, but a terrifying battlefield. Countless vengeful spirits came to take his life. Ridiculous illusion. It seems like you don't want that eye of yours anymore. It was the first time Ling Xiao had encountered someone who dared to use an illusion on him. Chapter 39:26. Ah! The 3-eyed man suddenly screamed, and his third eye began to bleed. His face turned deathly pale. Ling Xiao stood there and smiled coldly. What? Everybody was astonished when they saw San Yan's condition. San Yan was one of the strongest cultivators in the Ice Imperial Palace. His soul and his third eye made him extremely strong. Even a cultivator of the same cultivation level as him would have a hard time dealing with him. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him at all. Instead, it caused Three Eye to suffer a backlash. Bing Xianji looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "You dare hurt San Yin? Do you want to die? What a joke. He can hurt me with an illusion. Why can't I hurt him? According to your logic, I should be bullied by him?" said Ling Xiao disdainfully. "You want to kill me? Let's see how you're going to kill me here." He looked at Bing Xianji. He didn't look like he was going to give in. He was extremely strong. Bing Xianji looked at Ling Xiao. He had never seen such an arrogant cultivator in Shuiyu. He had thought that he was arrogant enough. He hadn't thought that someone would be even more arrogant than him. This was really interesting. "San Yin, how are you?" He suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at Three-Eyed beside him. "My third eye is injured. I'm afraid I can't use it for the time being." San Yin sighed and said, "It's all my fault. I underestimated him." "How is he?" asked Bing Xianji. "He's very strong. His soul is extremely strong. He's not easy to deal with," replied San Yin in a low voice. "No wonder his cultivation is so weak." "Everything makes sense now," said Bing Xianji, nodding. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I hope that you can use your strength to fight for the glory of Shuiyu. Don't always think about plotting against your fellow disciples." "I should be the one saying that to you," said Ling Xiao indifferently. He. Bing Xianji smiled and didn't reply to Ling Xiao. Instead, he took out a pill and gave it to San Yin. San Yin quickly took it. It could be seen that Three Eye was still a very important existence in his heart. However, this action of his left the others in a daze. The dignified Bing Xuanji was extremely overbearing. How could he let that brat off so easily? However, that was exactly what Bing Xuanji had done. This forced people to once again take Ling Xiao's existence seriously. In fact, Bing Xuanji also wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, this was the Blood Moon secret world. If they killed their own people here, they would definitely be held accountable. Shuiyu was different from other influential groups. At the very least, it was fair on the surface. Even if he had already been selected as the crown prince, he would still have to accept the harshest punishment. Otherwise, he would not be able to convince the masses. This was not the first time the Wolf General had attended such a gathering. But every time, what he saw was the people of the Eternal Night Palace being bullied. But he couldn't interfere. Every time, he would leave in frustration. But this time, it was different. Ling Xiao, Lion Master Bao, Dark Frost, Shui Wushuang, and the others. This made the current Eternal Night Palace much stronger than before. Apart from the Ice Imperial Palace, their strength might not lose to the other 10 palaces. How gratifying! Of course, the most important thing was Ling Xiao. With the guidance of the 3 great kings, he was probably even stronger than when he had first met him. He really wanted to know what kind of exciting results he would get from this trip to the secret realm. Young people these days are really lively. At that moment, a middle-aged man slowly arrived. He smiled and sat on the throne in the middle. He was the leader of the Ice Imperial Palace and also the king of Shuiyu. He was Shui Wushuang's father, Shui Mantian. Shui Mantian looked very ordinary and almost didn't release any majestic qi. But this kind of person was even more terrifying. He completely restrained all his qi, as if he had completely disappeared. "Greetings, king." Everyone bowed and saluted. "Yes, the elites of the 12 palaces are all here. You 120 people will become the hope of Shuiyu in the future. I only have 2 requirements here. First, come back alive from the mysterious world. Second, don't kill each other. It's understandable for people of the same sect to fight and compete with each other. I won't stop you. But if you kill each other in external activities, then don't blame me for being impolite. I must remind you that the journey to the mysterious world is definitely not as easy as you think. There are a total of 300 countries in the Western Kingdom. Each country will send more or less cultivators. Those who come are all elites and geniuses. Their strength may not lose to yours. If you fight among yourselves, then in the end, it will only let others take advantage of you. Do you all understand?" "Understood." Everyone responded in a loud and clear voice. But whether these words were taken to heart, no one knew. Maybe it was just a superficial response. After all, from the scene just now, the relationship between the 12 palaces of Shui Yu was not very harmonious. Well, I won't say much. Remember the 2 points I just mentioned and get ready to go. Shui Mantian took a deep breath. Because he would not follow, he could not predict what would happen in the mysterious world. He could only do his best to let these people come back alive. If Ling Xiao had not experienced too many things, he might have felt excited about this scene. But unfortunately, he had experienced too much. He had seen too much. He was already numb. The only thing in his mind now was to be able to get the beast god's blood in the mysterious world, and to do something for the Eternal Night Palace. Compared to Shuiyu country, he had a stronger sense of belonging to the Eternal Night Palace. After all, in the Eternal Night Palace, he received some help from people who were really good to him, and the others seemed a little excited. The journey to the mysterious world had been prepared for a long time. In fact, as early as a year ago, the news of the selection had been announced to the whole country. This time, the people who came to participate in the selection began preparing a year ago, and the rest of the people of the 11 palaces were even more so. Now, they were finally going to set off. Everyone was very excited. The mysterious world was dangerous and full of opportunities. You may encounter the threat of death, but you may also change your destiny and soar to the sky. This was the biggest attraction of the mysterious world. Although some people were a little worried before they set off, even a little scared. But this could not stop them from moving forward. Since they had chosen to become a warrior, it was impossible to live a leisurely life. If you were not willing to take risks, unwilling to fight, in the end, you would be eliminated by the tide. You would completely become a waste in the eyes of others. Go outside. Shui Mantian led 120 people outside. There stood 12 martial artists clad in silver armor. They would be the leaders this time. They led 12 teams respectively. Beside every silver-armored martial artist, there was a gigantic demonic beast, Frost Wyvern. This was a kind of demon beast with dragon blood. It was very strong and its flying speed was very fast. Each of them could ride dozens of people. Chapter 39:27. 12 Palaces, let's go. Shui Mantian gave the order. The 120 young warriors followed their leader and stepped onto the body of the ice-snow flying dragon. These leaders were the leaders. They were also the ones in charge of riding the snowy dragons. Bang! Sounds of wings flapping could be heard. 12 snowy dragons went through the portal and flew out of the Shuiyu secret realm, heading towards the secret realm. Ling Xiao looked at the silver-armored man. He wasn't too strong. He was only at the early 7th Divine Core realm, similar to General Lang. But there were 12 of them. This was frightening. The Shuiyu kingdom was really frightening. Not only did the silver-armored man's armor have a defensive effect, it could also hide his aura and his cultivation level. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye, he wouldn't have been able to see their true cultivation level. Sit tight. We're going to speed up. Bang! When the snowy dragons sped up, everyone felt like they were almost thrown off. Darkfrost's body was small, so her grip wasn't firm enough. Right at this moment, one of the men on the snowy dragons made a small movement. A sword beam shot out from his hand and pierced towards Darkfrost's hand that was holding onto the feather. Although it couldn't hurt Darkfrost, it still hurt her. Darkfrost subconsciously let go of the feather because of the pain. Her body was instantly blown away by the strong wind. Darkfrost. Seeing this, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He immediately jumped up and transformed into the everlasting heavenly rat. He flew towards Darkfrost. He caught Darkfrost at the critical moment. He caught her. Useless. You can't believe you were thrown off like this, Long Jinshan said in a mocking tone. This caused Ling Xiao, who was already in a fit of anger, to become even more furious. A cold light was flickering in his eyes. What did you just say? And what did you do just now? I just said something. Why are you so angry? Perhaps it was because of the silver-armored man. Long Jinshan was quite daring. Ling Xiao, since everything is fine, let's just forget about it. We're all from the Eternal Night Palace. Shui Wushuang came out to be the peacemaker. She probably felt that her relationship with Ling Xiao had improved, so her words should be effective. But Ling Xiao didn't even look at Xue Wushuang, and he said coldly, "It's best if you shut your mouth. Otherwise, do you believe that I will throw you down from here?" Xue Wushuang was dumbfounded. His expression became extremely ugly. She realized what she had done wrong. To Ling Xiao, a friend like Dark Frost, or even a little sister, was extremely important. Dragon Sword Mountain dared to plot against Dark Frost and even spoke rudely. Ling Xiao already had a strong killing intent. If not for his fear of the silver-armored martial artist, he would have already destroyed Dragon Sword Mountain. However, even with the existence of the silver-armored martial warriors, it was impossible for him to let Dragon Sword Mountain off so easily. With a sneer, he suddenly appeared in front of Long Jianshan in a flash and sent him flying with a kick. Long Jianshan was sent flying with a kick. No one would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually do such a thing. The silver-armored martial artist tried to control the ice snow dragon to catch Long Jianshan, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. Is the secret realm more important, or is a piece of trash more important? You should know in your heart, right? The silver-armored martial artist was stunned for a moment. Then, he sighed. In any case, with Long Jianshan's strength, he shouldn't die from falling from here. At most, he would suffer a little and go a little later. Therefore, he didn't do anything else. The ice snow dragon continued to fly forward. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Long Jianshan's angry roar resounded in the wind. Since the Eternal Night Palace doesn't want you, why don't you come with us? Suddenly, another ice snow dragon flew over. It caught Long Jianshan. It was the Snow Sun Palace's ice snow dragon. The one who spoke was Starry Night. The Snow Sun Palace hated Ling Xiao to the bone. As long as it was Ling Xiao's enemy, it was their friend. Furthermore, Long Jianshan's strength didn't seem weak. He could definitely be a great help to them. It wouldn't be a pity if he died. After all, he wasn't one of them. All right, Long Jianshan agreed without hesitation. To him, this was an extremely good opportunity. Not only him, the 12 ice snow dragons flew for 3 days and 3 nights before they finally arrived at the secret realm. During the entire journey, Ling Xiao had to face the strong wind and cultivate. When he arrived at the secret realm, his cultivation had broken through to the late 3rd Heavenly Divine Core realm. Although it was just a small improvement, it was still something worth celebrating. Outside the secret realm, a large number of martial artists had gathered. For Ling Xiao, these were all unfamiliar faces. Many of them were strong, but his goal hadn't changed. What he wanted was the beast god's blood. Whoever dared to stop him, he would kill them. He didn't care who they were. There's still half an hour before the secret realm opens. Everyone, please wait for a moment. A secret realm like this wasn't something that could be opened by human strength. Therefore, even though all the martial artists from the 300 great kingdoms had arrived, they could only wait. While waiting, the silver-armored warrior explained the general situation of the secret realm to them. This secret realm was a little special. Only martial artists under the age of 25 were allowed to enter. There was once a martial artist over the age of 25 who tried to enter, but he was killed by the terrifying formation around the secret realm. After hearing the explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood why all the martial artists from the Shuiyu Empire were below the age of 25. Some secret realms were specially prepared for young martial artists. The powerful martial artists of the past didn't have a good disciple. In order to pass on their legacy to someone who was qualified, they set up a formation. It was a formation like this. It seemed like they had put a lot of thought into this. Half an hour passed by quickly. Terrifying thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky and crashed onto the ground. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. Behind that gorgeous lightning curtain was a vast and majestic palace. It was even more magnificent than the palace left behind by the ancient Dongsheng Emperor, and it was in perfect condition. This meant that the formation used in the palace was extremely powerful. The technique used to construct it was very mature. Especially when they saw the dazzling lights shooting out from the palace, it made them want to give it a try. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the crowd. He looked like he was over 25 years old, and he was very strong. All the treasures in this secret realm are mine. Although the man had heard that martial artists above the age of 25 weren't allowed to enter the secret realm, he didn't take it seriously. Seeing this, many of the great warriors didn't stop him. Instead, they were sneering in their minds. If no martial artists above the age of 25 were allowed to enter the secret realm, they would have done so long ago. Why would they wait until now? Bang! When the man approached the electric net, he was instantly burned into ashes. He was a peak 7th Divine Core warrior, but he was killed just like that. Seeing this, many of the guys who were eager to try gave up on the idea. There were also some who hid their age and pretended to be below 25 years old. They were so scared that they immediately backed out. Chapter 39:28. Although it was said that as long as one was under the age of 25, one could enter. However, because that person had died too miserably, many people still hesitated. Let's go. Seeing that no one was going in, Ling Xiao called out to Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Emo, and rushed in first. His Tai Chi I could distinguish whether the lightning array was dangerous or not. Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Emo trusted him very much. Therefore, they did not hesitate and rushed in with him. When they passed through the electric fence, it felt as if the electric fence had suddenly disappeared. There was no harm done. Seeing this scene, the others dared to enter the secret realm. Greed and desire replaced fear in the end. The secret realm was a majestic palace. As soon as Ling Xiao, Liu Xiaobao, Dark Frost, and Yang Emo stepped in, a large number of martial artists rushed in. However, this had nothing to do with them. As long as there was no conflict, they would not take the initiative to attack others. It's actually sword mountain grass, and there's more than one. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I saw that there were more than a dozen sword mountain grass in the open space in front of him. Moreover, the age of each of them was better than the ones they had obtained in the Snow Moon secret realm. The worst is a 3,000-year-old sword mountain grass. This is great. The four of them rushed forward and hurriedly picked the sword mountain grass. They were the first to enter, so they naturally had the upper hand. Kid, put down the sword mountain grass or I'll kill you. Suddenly, a violent aura pounced on Ling Xiao from behind. The reason why this person chose Ling Xiao and not Liu Xiaobao, Yang Emo, or Dark Frost was naturally because Ling Xiao's apparent strength was the weakest. A persimmon must be picked on the weak. Brother Ling Xiao, be careful, Dark Frost hurriedly reminded. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to see the attacker behind him and continued to pick the sword mountain grass. These good things would definitely help his strength increase again. Moreover, he naturally knew the strength of the person behind him. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the punch landed solidly on Ling Xiao's head. The attacker revealed a sinister sneer. The others also took pleasure in his misfortune. A few pieces of trash actually dared to snatch the treasure? Weren't they courting death? However, at this moment, everyone's smiles suddenly froze. Ling Xiao's head not only did not explode, but it was also not smashed. It was absolutely intact. Not only that, but Ling Xiao had also finished harvesting the sword mountain grass. Suddenly, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the throat of his attacker. A hint of disdain appeared on his cold face. Die! He didn't give the other party a chance to beg for mercy. Ling Xiao mercilessly crushed his opponent's throat before crushing his inner core. He absorbed the energy within. This was a peak 5th Divine Core warrior. The power of the Niden was still very abundant, but it was converted into the energy of Ling Xiao's cultivation C. Ling Xiao still couldn't break through instantly. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. There were more than 10,000 people entering the secret realm this time. He was definitely not the only one courting death. He had plenty of ways to improve his cultivation. When the crowd saw what happened, they were all terrified. This man wasn't as weak as he looked. Also, this was too cruel. He killed without any hesitation, showing no mercy at all. This was exactly the effect Ling Xiao wanted. He wanted to intimidate those who wanted to make a move on him. If too many people came looking for trouble, he wouldn't have time to get the treasure. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't stay where he was. More and more people were entering the secret realm, and he didn't know if there would be some who were not afraid of death. Since he had already harvested the sword mountain grass, there was no need to waste any more time. He started walking forward. The other 3 men followed behind him. "Follow my footsteps," Ling Xiao suddenly reminded them. He found a trap in front of him. He could see it with his Tai Chi eye, but the others couldn't. But he just needed to protect his own people. As for the others, he didn't care. The 3 men had just passed through the trap area. Suddenly, a miserable scream sounded out from behind them. A man's body was covered in a strange white flame, and he was burned to death on the spot. Even his inner core couldn't escape. This place is really scary. Although we found so many Sword Mountain grass as soon as we came in, it's still very dangerous. If it weren't for Brother Ling Xiao, I'm afraid I would have died. Yang Emo sighed when he saw the people behind him trembling and not daring to move forward. In the secret realm, danger and opportunity usually coexist. It's nothing strange. In fact, I hope there's more danger, so that I can get more benefits. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Wait a minute. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at the murals on the walls on both sides and frowned. These murals are a bit strange. Lion Xiaobao also said, they don't seem to be painted directly. Instead, they seem to be created by some special means. Every painting and every line seems to be exuding a strange power. Although I don't understand formations, this should be related to formations, right? Yes, it is related to formations, but it's too complicated. It's almost impossible to crack it in a short time. Ling Xiao was a formation master, so he could naturally tell. Oh no. Right at this moment, out of curiosity, Yang Emo touched the wall. He felt like he was going to be sucked into the murals. His body was starting to become blurry. He cried out in alarm. Ling Xiao quickly walked up to him and cut off his right hand. For a divine core warrior, cutting off a limb wasn't a big deal. It could be recovered. But if a human was sucked into the murals, it would be troublesome. When his right hand was cut off, it actually merged with the murals and intertwined with the murals. That was close. It's all thanks to Brother Ling Xiao, or else I would have become one of the murals on the wall. Yang Mo's face turned pale with fright. Hurry up and eat this healing pill. Heal your right hand as soon as possible. Only then will we have the confidence to fight. Ling Xiao gave Yang Emo a healing pill. Yang Emo stared at the murals on the wall with fear lingering in his heart. There weren't many murals. There were only 9 of them. But every single one of them gave people a terrifying feeling. From now on, don't touch these murals. It's too strange. Even my Tai Chi, I can't detect the danger of these murals. Ling Xiao reminded. Right at this moment, some people had passed through the trap. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who knew how to use an eye skill, and Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who knew how to use mechanisms. But when these people arrived, they didn't attack Ling Xiao. They could still clearly remember what happened just now. If they attacked Ling Xiao, they would have to bear a very serious consequence, and they might even die. Some people rushed forward in front of Ling Xiao and the others. But some people were staring at the murals like Ling Xiao. I advise you not to touch those murals. Seeing that some people from the Eternal Night Palace wanted to touch the murals, Ling Xiao reminded them. After all, they were from the same sect. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.